Chapter 2060, Facing God Kings. Chapter 2060, Facing God Kings. Starlight splashed down like water. This star territory of the Hidden Dragon Galaxy was flooded with endless great Tao law fragments, the vestiges of heavenly tribulation. All martial artists here could feel these faint and yet unimaginably vast laws of the highest order. In the highest heavens, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had gradually hidden themselves away and the tribulation clouds also scattered. All that was left over were golden bubbles that floated in the void. They were like endless golden pearls that came both small and large. Lin Ming had already put away the black dragon spear. As he stood in the void, his eyes were closed and his long hair danced around him. At this time, as he stood within this world, he had a completely different feeling from before. In Lin Ming's eyes, this world was no longer the same. After breaking into the Empyrean realm, as Lin Ming looked upon the world, he had a feeling as if he could understand everything before him. If the universe was compared to a landscape, then before Lin Ming broke into the Empyrean realm, he could be considered as standing on flat land and looking outwards. Although what he saw was beautiful, it was ultimately limited. But after breaking into the Empyrean realm, Lin Ming seemed to stand atop a tall building, looking down at the world before him. His field of vision was broader and he could see much more clearly, everything reflected in a panoramic view in his eyes. And this tall building was the heavenly Tao laws. Beneath an Empyrean, all martial artists were suppressed by the heavenly Tao laws. After becoming an Empyrean, a martial artist's laws reached the height of the heavenly Tao. This was the same as standing atop that tall building. Lin Ming didn't speak. He quietly perceived this feeling of awareness after breaking into the Empyrean realm. This sort of sensation left him feeling intoxicated. Every strand of laws in the surrounding space shivered. He clearly saw them all around. With just a thought, he could easily control these laws. However, compared to Lin Ming's calmness, the human martial artists were already burning with excitement. Lin Ming was the person who humanity had placed all their hopes in. And now, he had finally broken into the Empyrean realm. This is too terrifying. That heavenly tribulation just now was simply invincible in its might, yet such a horrifying heavenly tribulation was withstood by Lin Ming. Perhaps Lin Ming can already contend with a god king. That's right. Not just that, but he even severed the shackles of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. I can already feel the strength of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Although the road is still blurry and muddled, I feel that if I truly continue down this path, I really might be able to step into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. A body transformation martial artist brimmed with elation. He understood just what Lin Ming did when he severed those divine chains of order. To humanity, this was a great blessing. In reality, the majority of the divine chains that bound the 9 stars of the Tao Palace were still in Famine's main body. If they could be completely severed, thoroughly releasing the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, then this would enable all human martial artists to freely cultivate them. At this time, within Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Divine Dream stood tall, like a goddess fallen to the world. Her clothes floated about her and her eyes shimmered with extraordinary radiance. She was born with a calm and indifferent personality, like a pool of water that had never experienced waves. In particular, ever since humanity's great calamity occurred, Divine Dream had yet to smile. But because Lin Ming perfectly broke into the Empyrean realm, she suddenly felt ripples spread through her heart, making it hard for her to maintain her composure. As for Empyrean Vast Universe, Emperor Sokia, Tabague, and the others, they weren't as restrained. All of them had long since been buzzing with joy. Ha! Great! Empyrean Vast Universe laughed. Amitabha, wonderful, wonderful. Great Limitless Buddha recited Buddhist mantras, his hands gathered together as he slowly twisted his Buddha beads, a gentle smile on his face. And at this time, on the side of the saints, Astral Vault God King and Soaring Feather God King were quietly looking at Lin Ming from not too far away. They had personally watched as Lin Ming broke into the Empyrean realm. This brat, Astral Vault God King gloomily said. He felt pressured. Besides those that controlled the universe such as the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign and the Soul Emperor, Astral Vault God King had never thought he would feel such pressure from someone else, especially a junior who hadn't even lived for 10,000 years yet. Although he didn't think that Lin Ming possessed combat strength that surpassed his own, just this unprecedented aura meant that it wouldn't be too long before he was surpassed. Soaring Feather floated beside Astral Vault, her white clothes swirling about her. Her entire being seemed to blend into the heavenly Tao. At this time, she was looking at those endless golden bubbles that remained after the tribulation clouds of the highest heavens dissipated. She was silent. No one knew just what she was thinking. Then at this moment, strong winds appeared in the skies. A giant golden vortex formed around Lin Ming. Those endless golden bubbles began to roll towards him like sparrows flying back to their nest. Lin Ming took a long breath and stretched out his body. Those millions and billions of golden bubbles sank into his body, vanishing from sight like snowflakes falling into the sea. But as more and more golden bubbles submerged into Lin Ming, his body began to shine with an all-powerful light, as if he were a dawning sun. As Lin Ming soaked in this golden divine light, he truly seemed like a divine god that had descended to the world. It was hard for others not to prostrate themselves in worship to him. This light continued for a quarter hour before slowly fading away. Everyone knew that this light was the final brilliance of the heavenly tribulation's great Tao laws. Now, all of it had been absorbed by Lin Ming. These laws were the highest laws of the 33 heavens. Besides Lin Ming himself, no one knew just how great his harvests were. Not even Astral Vault knew. All he could do was watch on with greedy eyes. Starlight sprinkled down and black clothes whipped in the wind. Lin Ming fell down from the highest 9 heavens. His every action and movement caused the surrounding laws to ripple. All orders given must be enforced. His body moved the laws themselves. Lin Ming. As Lin Ming fell back down, Xiao Moxian couldn't help but call out to him. She was already extremely excited, and beside her, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and the others were also watching with bright eyes, as if tears would fall at any moment. They were able to see the man they loved most become the hero of their race and his achievements be glorified by countless people. Just what else could they ask for? Ha 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 ha. Lin Ming, from this day forth, humanity's destiny will experience a great reversal. Empyrean vast universe laughed as he spoke. Lin Ming, you have always been a legend, but in the past your legend would only have been able to be passed on for 1 billion years. However, from this day on, your legend will continue onwards for 10 billion years. Dark Demon Monarch highly praised. Just what sort of concept was a 10 billion year legend? 10 billion years ago, the entire 33 heavens had been filled with life and martial arts civilization blossomed throughout like bright flowers, a golden age of prosperity. In that era, countless peerless ancient proud sons of heavens had appeared. They fought against each other, fought against the heavens, fought against fate, but in the end they all faded away in the endless dust of time. Only the existences like the Azura Roadmaster and the creator of the Holy Scripture, Immortal Sovereign, were able to preserve their legends. And the reason they managed to do so was because they each separately created the Azura Road and Akashic Dream Universe. Because of these 2 lands of inheritance, countless martial artists had obtained massive advantages from within for the last 10 billion years. Thus, the legends of the Azura Roadmaster and Immortal Sovereign were passed down and continued. Therefore the words of Dark Demon Monarch were the same as placing Lin Ming at the same height as Immortal Sovereign and the Azura Roadmaster. This was a terrifying appraisal. Many rulers of humanity came forwards to congratulate Lin Ming. For a time, the sounds of congratulations and well wishes lingered in the air, as all of the human martial artists jubilantly celebrated. But then, a cold voice sounded out, Lin Ming, I indeed haven't misread you. Lin Ming looked up. A peerless woman in white clothes stood not too far away from him. She was Soaring Feather God King. The atmosphere quickly chilled. All of the cheerful human martial artists suddenly stopped talking. Everyone looked towards Soaring Feather God King together, all of them on high alert. Ha ha ha, boy, I acknowledge that you are strong, the strongest Empyrean that I have ever seen, but so what? From behind Soaring Feather, Astral Vault stepped forwards and faced Lin Ming. Although his tone of voice was arrogant and proud, he was vigilant. It was clear that he had truly regarded Lin Ming as worthy, or at least an opponent who possessed great potential. I have already foreseen that you are a dragon in a pool. Over 6,000 years ago, I was not able to kill you. I likely missed my best chances to eliminate you, and probably my only chance. As Soaring Feather God King spoke these words, the human martial artists all glowered at her. In particular, Xiao Moxian hatefully glared at Soaring Feather God King, so angry that her teeth itched. That's right, it was because of Soaring Feather God King that Lin Ming's life or death was uncertain for over 6,000 years, causing her heart to remain broken for all that time. But Lin Ming's complexion remained indifferent. He said, "You represent the interests of the saints and I represent the interests of my race. In war, there has never been right or wrong to begin with. Over 6,000 years ago, you missed your chance to kill me, but in the future I might not miss the chance to kill you." Lin Ming's words were light, without any killing intent. Soaring Feather didn't respond, but Astral Vault actually scowled. "You crazy boy. Do you really think I can't do anything to you today? You can try," Lin Ming said without fear. After fusing the 6 Dao palaces of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace and also absorbing the countless great Dao law fragments of the 33 heavens, his blood had long since been boiling over. It could even be said that he desired to fight a true divinity to test the limits of his strength. Heh! Astral Vault God King sneered and his body erupted with killing intent. In truth, he also knew that he would have to fight a round with Lin Ming, otherwise it would have been impossible for them to simply come and leave. If others knew that they came and watched the show only to immediately scurry away right afterwards, wouldn't they be made the jokes of the world? People would only think that he, the great Astral Vault, was afraid of Lin Ming. Astral Vault couldn't bear to have such a misunderstanding. He wanted to fight Lin Ming frontally. Although with Divine Dream here, there was no way he could kill Lin Ming. But he could still show off his momentum and suppress Lin Ming's arrogance before walking away. Only like that would he be able to maintain his honor. But at this time, Soaring Feather God King reached out a hand and blocked Astral Vault. "What are you blocking me for?" Astral Vault God King said, frowning. Soaring Feather God King didn't respond to him. Rather, she turned to Lin Ming and said, "Where is my apprentice Fairy Blue Lotus? Hand her over." Lin Ming faced Soaring Feather and didn't agree or refuse her request. Rather, he asked, "If I hand her over, what conditions can you use to exchange?" Chapter 2061, Lin Ming's Conditions. Chapter 2061, Lin Ming's Conditions. Exchange. Soaring Feather God King looked at Lin Ming, her gaze as sharp as an arrow. Her eyes locked onto him, but he stared back at her without fear, calmly speaking to her. "Truly heroes come from the young. You do not fear that the fish die and I do not fear that the net breaks. Since we can't come to terms, let us fight it out here." As Soaring Feather spoke, her entire body emitted a dense killing intent. In the skies, thick waves of feathers fell down. This was Soaring Feather's divine feather force field. This divine feather force field could easily cover an area of several 100,000 miles and even 1,000,000 miles. It easily covered this star territory, shrouding over the entire human base. As long as the true divinities and Lin Ming fought here, this would be a ruinous strike upon the human fleet. However, as Soaring Feather's force field fell down, black mist began rising up from below within this star territory. This mist was incomparably thick, each wisp of it as heavy as a star. After the mist appeared, the space around it became incredibly dense. For a time, not even Soaring Feather God King's force field was able to cover it. This was Lin Ming's Grand Mist space. Grand Mist energy was the most source chaos from the formation of the universe. It contained infinite materials and all tangible things in existence had evolved from Grand Mist energy. The Grand Mist space around Lin Ming was no longer what it used to be. Lin Ming had fused the Azura laws into it. With the Grand Mist space integrated with the highest laws of the universe, this allowed it to undergo a qualitative chain. Although the energy was the same and the matter was the same, after being driven by different laws, the might behind it was completely dissimilar. This was the difference from a high-quality arrow being shot out by an ordinary bow and then being shot out by an unparalleled god bow. The difference was not just a little bit. Millimeter? Soaring Feather frowned. And at this time, a rainbow layer of light appeared above Lin Ming's Grand Mist space. This rainbow layer of light was as ephemeral as a dream, beautiful and phantasmic. After it covered the Grand Mist space, The incredibly heavy grand mist space obtained infinite changes, making it nearly impossible to deal with. This was Divine Dream space. Lin Ming and Divine Dream, their two force fields fused together, becoming as immovable as an eternal mountain. Soaring Feather's divine feather force field was no longer able to push further down, but was instead forced back again and again. As long as the divine feather force field couldn't gather together, then the human fleet could absolutely safely evacuate through gaps in the Grand Mist space and Divine Dream space. As for Divine Dream and Lin Ming, they only had to persist for a period of time, waiting for everyone to leave before they could fight Astral Vault and Soaring Feather without any scruple. Seeing Soaring Feather suppressed by the joint strength of these two people, Astral Vault God King grimaced. Force fields were not his expertise. Although he possessed an unimaginably powerful mortal body and physical strength, it was hard for him to play a role in the current situation and help Soaring Feather. Astral Vault said, "Soaring Feather, why are you wasting so much time talking to them? Let's fight instead." To martial artists, words were only empty air. All that mattered was strength. Even if they couldn't kill these two, suppressing them was more than enough. Martial artists all had their proud hearts. If their skills truly were inferior to others, then they had no choice but to believe they were smaller and also be the ones to yield. For instance, if Lin Ming really suffered disastrous defeat beneath the hands of Astral Vault of Soaring Feather and the disparity was also enormous, then he would inevitably be forced to release Dark Moon, High Sun, and Blue Lotus without any conditions. Otherwise everyone would only think that Lin Ming was a sore loser whose actions were too shameful. However, Soaring Feather actually looked at Lin Ming and said, "What are your conditions?" Soaring Feather had actually yielded a step and planned on negotiating conditions with Lin Ming. Astral Vault was startled. Even the human martial artists were surprised. Soaring Feather and Astral Vault had originally menacingly rushed into the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. According to logic and how events had played out in the past between the humans and saints, then Astral Vault and Soaring Feather should have started a massacre in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy and taken away Fairy Blue Lotus with absolute strength. At the very least they could have used their strength to threaten the humans and force them to release their captives. Afterwards, they could leave again, and perhaps somewhere in the middle they would show off their skills by fighting with Divine Dream and the others. But, if Soaring Feather and Astral Vault paid a certain price to exchange for Blue Lotus, Dark Moon, and High Sun, then that would simply be too disgraceful. They were two true divinities and there was only one enemy true divinity. Astral Vault didn't believe that Soaring Feather could endure this insult, even if she believed that Lin Ming was a dragon in a deep pool and didn't want to offend him, even if she believed that with Divine Dream here it would be impossible to kill Lin Ming. But Soaring Feather was a god king and her innermost heart had its own lofty pride. It was impossible for her to take repeated concessions. Standing on the sidelines and watching as Lin Ming broke into the Empyrean realm was one thing. First, this was because attacking Lin Ming at this time was no accomplishment at all, but instead a choice only filled with disadvantages. Secondly, attacking a junior as he went through his breakthrough was something that didn't align with Soaring Feather's proud heart. But now, it was strange for Soaring Feather to yield once more. The truth was that she was the youngest of the Saint race's three true divinities. She was only 15 million years old. When she was a world king, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had long been a true divinity and also the highest ruler of the saints. In the past, when the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was recruiting troops, he had taken an interest in Soaring Feather's peerless talent and had opened up a number of extremely generous conditions with the ultimate objective for her to break into the true divinity realm. Soaring Feather would have had to leave her sect and enter the Good Fortune Saint Palace, becoming a direct disciple of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. However, this offer had been refused by Soaring Feather and she ultimately relied upon her own strength to break into the true divinity realm. This part of history was something that many saint martial artists didn't know of and Soaring Feather wouldn't speak of this either. However, Astral Vault God King had been a saint true divinity during this period and knew clearly what had occurred. Moreover, he knew that although the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign wasn't able to recruit Soaring Feather, he still gave her a helping hand. After all, Soaring Feather's sect had been far too weak compared to the Good Fortune Saint Palace. Such a sect was unable to support a talent like Soaring Feather in becoming a true divinity. This was also the reason Soaring Feather owed the good fortune Saint Sovereign a favor. Over 6,000 years ago, when the great calamity of humanity arrived, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had fought the primal god race. Lin Ming and the primal god race had joined forces, and with the aid of the Azura decrees they had wounded the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Due to the good fortune Saint Sovereign's fear of the Soul Emperor, he had no choice but to retreat deep into the void while his wounds mended. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had requested Soaring Feather to come forwards and hunt down Lin Ming. The reason the proud Soaring Feather with her identity as a true divinity would chase down and kill a Holy Lord Realm Jr. was because of this favor. Lin Ming said, "I can release Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon, but my condition is that you and Astral Vault God King both withdraw from the war between the saints and humanity." Lin Ming's words resonated with power. But these terms caused Soaring Feather's complexion to turn icy cold. And beside her, Astral Vault God King was also enraged. This Lin Ming, just who did he think he was? What rights did he have to say this? Soaring Feather and Astral Vault originally didn't want to participate in this great war between humanity and the saints. But because of the good fortune Saint Sovereign's request and because of favors they had received in the past, they had reluctantly joined. Since they had already joined, how could they withdraw from this war just because of some words from Lin Ming, someone who was just a junior from the enemy side? If this were to be known, then others would call it the greatest joke in the world. Even if Soaring Feather attached an immense importance to her disciple Fairy Blue Lotus's life, for Lin Ming to raise such conditions in front of everyone, she would still refuse them. This was her principle as well as her bottom line. Not to mention Soaring Feather and Astral Vault, even the human martial artists thought that Lin Ming's words were a bit too much. If Soaring Feather and Astral Vault were to agree like this and scurry away with their tails between their legs, could they even be called martial artists? Seeing Soaring Feather's simmering killing intent, Lin Ming said, "Don't be in a hurry, I haven't finished stating my conditions. Once you and Astral Vault withdraw, I will also withdraw. And, I guarantee that besides the good fortune Saint Sovereign who I have a great enmity with, I will no longer strike out against Saint martial artists unless they offend me or wish to harm me. And once the good fortune Saint Sovereign leaves seclusion and when I believe the time is right, I will seek out the good fortune Saint Sovereign for a showdown." Lin Ming's words were shocking. From carefully analyzing them, one could make out many different meanings within. He classified his showdown with the good fortune Saint Sovereign as his own personal grudge, separating it from the war between humanity and the saints. Over 6,000 years ago when Soaring Feather hunted down Lin Ming, that grudge was not placed on Soaring Feather, but was instead diverted to the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Finally, Lin Ming's words meant that even if humanity was victorious, even if Lin Ming could reach the same realm as the Azura Roadmaster, he still wouldn't launch war against the saints, nor did he have any intentions of exterminating them from the 33 heavens. This was because he had already promised that besides the good fortune Saint Sovereign and those other saints that provoked or attempted to harm him, he wouldn't move against any other members of the saint race. In truth, most saints were innocent. Even those saint warriors that slaughtered humans still had family members and children that were innocent. Lin Ming didn't wish to deprive countless people in the 33 heavens of life and happiness. This universe had already suffered enough devastation. In the endless flow of time, there were countless races that had been erased from history. Even in the future, there would still be races destroyed and new races rising in their place. But at the very least, Lin Ming didn't wish to have the sin of an entire race disappearing on his hands. For a time, everyone was amazed by Lin Ming's proposal, even Empyrean Divine Dream. But she immediately understood Lin Ming's plan. In Lin Ming's eyes, there was only one singular true great enemy in the saint race, that was the good fortune Saint Sovereign. As long as the good fortune Saint Sovereign was dealt with, then the war between humanity and the saints would naturally come to a conclusion. And if the good fortune Saint Sovereign couldn't be dealt with, then no matter how many victory songs humanity sung or how much they won, all of it would be meaningless. Like this, Lin Ming continuing to involve himself in the war between humanity and the saints was also pointless. It could even be said that the gains weren't equal to the losses. This was because fighting people that he could instantly kill did not help sharpen his strength. What he wanted was a greater challenge. At this moment, Divine Dream had a premonition that Lin Ming would leave soon. Before the good fortune Saint Sovereign, this calamity of humanity would no longer be able to provide enough space for Lin Ming to grow. But he also knew that once he left, it would be incredibly difficult for Divine Dream to face two enemies by herself. Thus, forcing Soaring Feather and Astral Vault out from this war would be the last matter he completed for the human race before he left. Chapter 2062, Talks Collapse. Chapter 2062, Talks Collapse. You want us, along with you, to withdraw from the war between humanity and the saints. Astral Vault frowned. He didn't like being led along by others. This feeling was like he was simply following whatever decision Lin Ming chose, like he were taking orders. Wasn't this just disgraceful? And Divine Dream? Soaring Feather's eyes flashed to the side of Lin Ming. At this time, Divine Dream was standing not too far away from Lin Ming. She remained silent, a vision of white, waiting for Lin Ming to answer for her. Senior Divine Dream will continue to remain involved in the war between humanity and the saints in order to make up for the difference in strength. The ones withdrawing will be you, me, and Astral Vault, 3 people altogether. Lin Ming confidently stated. The saints had far more Empyreans than humanity. Without Divine Dream here to keep the balance, humanity would be unable to engage the saints on the battlefield. However, as these words fell into the ears of Soaring Feather and Astral Vault, it actually grated upon their ears. What did you just say? Astral Vault's tone suddenly turned cold. Originally, Astral Vault wasn't particularly willing to accept Lin Ming's proposition to withdraw from the war because he didn't like being led along by a junior. But now that he heard the deal wouldn't be equal, he was even angrier. Could they really allow Divine Dream, a true divinity powerhouse, to freely slaughter their Saint Empyreans? Lin Ming said, in this world there always exists the principle of equal exchange. In a war between races, however much war strength humanity takes out will also be the same that the saints take out. This is a fair concept. It would probably have been better if Lin Ming didn't explain himself, because once he did, Astral Vault began to emit a dense killing intent. Astral Vault's complexion was dark as he grimly said, so you are saying that you alone are equal to me and Soaring Feather, so the 3 of us withdrawing together is an equal exchange? Lin Ming glanced at Astral Vault. You can also understand the situation like this. In this deal, my withdrawal also means the withdrawal of Famine's avatar. Moreover, just I alone may not necessarily make up for the loss of war strength created by the withdrawal of you and Soaring Feather from the war. At this moment I certainly cannot fight 1 against 2, but with enough time, I believe that will be possible. Lin Ming provoked again and again. Astral Vault finally couldn't withstand it. He was like a powder keg ready to explode. His face twisted into a fierce visage, his expression as if he were about to step forward and strangle Lin Ming. You are courting death. Astral Vault finally reached his limit. With a loud crackling sound, his mortal body began to grow. From between his eyebrows, a mysterious 9-dragon design appeared. With it, ancient runes appeared all over his body and his crystalline skin began to turn a faint blood red. Astral Vault God King had already activated the strength of his bloodline and had begun the saint race's body metamorphosis. A great battle was ready to erupt at any moment. Lin Ming's eyes shined bright. In truth, he had long expected that battle was inevitable. Words could be a sharp weapon, but in negotiations between martial artists, strength was always what decided victory and defeat. If words weren't enough to convince others, then they could only overpower each other by force. Lin Ming wanted to use the price of his withdrawal to exchange for the withdrawal of Soaring Feather and Astral Vault. If they didn't fight, then this deal would be impossible, because whether it was Soaring Feather or Astral Vault, their prideful hearts would not allow them to agree to such a deal. And at this time, Soaring Feather also stepped forwards. Not just that, but I will also make a vow that in the future, if I attack any human influence that doesn't have ill intent towards me or provokes me, then my foundation will crack and my cultivation will be crippled. In addition, if I cannot defeat you, then my 2 useless disciples will also withdraw from the war and return to honestly cultivate in earnest, never coming back out to disgrace themselves lest they are captured and used to threaten me again. Astral Vault God King was finally moved to true anger. Lin Ming said, very well. A promise is a promise. Since that's the case, then I will promise that if you keep up your end of the bargain, I will have the Legion of Famine withdraw too, no longer joining the great battle between humanity and the saints and only using them to protect my family. Since Lin Ming said he would withdraw from the war between humanity and the saints, he would do so thoroughly. In this regard, the Legion of Famine could also be considered a part of his strength, and he wouldn't play word games concerning this. As he spoke, Lin Ming turned to Soaring Feather. Soaring Feather remained silent. This was the same as agreeing to these conditions. As for things like contracts, there was no need to sign them. Whether it was Lin Ming or these two true divinities, they were all prideful individuals in their hearts, and their word was more precious than stars. They wouldn't renege on their promises. Taking a step back, even if one side went back on their word, then the other side could tear apart the agreement and rejoin the war. There wouldn't be any losses. Lin Ming silently drew out the black dragon spear. His figure flashed, and he had already crossed through the starry skies, flying thousands of miles away. A true divinity-level battle was no trifling matter. He didn't want the human juniors to be drawn in, otherwise the energy shockwaves would reduce them to ashes. Divine Dream was easily able to create a force field 100 miles wide around the battlefield to shelter the human martial artists. Astral Vault narrowed his eyes. Looking at Lin Ming 100 miles away, he quietly drew out a dark gold heavy sword. This heavy sword was a true divinity spirit treasure. Astral Vault was someone who had reached the limits of the body transformation system. Be careful, he isn't simple, Soaring Feather said with a sound transmission. I know. Although I don't want to acknowledge it, I can see from the phenomena that occurred during this boy's Empyrean heavenly tribulation that he has some measure of skill. But, so what? If we don't fight, then we'll never know who is weaker and who is stronger. At least, in the last tens of millions of years I have never truly engaged in brutal battle with someone. That woman Divine Dream simply never fought me at all. She only used those damned illusions to play with me, and now my belly's long been full of fire. Astral Vault God King's fighting intent was already boiling over. He lifted his golden heavy sword and slowly flew towards Lin Ming. At this time, all the human martial artists looked upon Astral Vault God King's back and held their breath. They had naturally clearly heard the negotiations between Lin Ming and the two Saint True Divinities, and they knew that this battle concerned the future of the human race. Chapter 2063, Fighting Astral Vault. Chapter 2063, Fighting Astral Vault. In a sea of stars, Lin Ming and Astral Vault stood a mere 10 miles apart from each other. The starlight was misty and the killing intent was solemn. Because of the invisible energy, it was as if this entire space had become denser. Everyone was focused on this fight. Divine Dream had already released her force field to protect the human elites. Lin Ming was the spiritual leader of humanity. Just after breaking into the Empyrean realm, he now welcomed a battle against a God King. At this time, Astral Vault God King had his great arms crossed against his chest, his massive golden sword pressed against his body. This action wasn't because he looked down on Lin Ming, but because this was the initial battle stance of the true divinity cultivation method that Astral Vault God King trained in, the Astral Vault Saint body. When his arms were crossed together, while it didn't seem that his movements could be fast, the truth was that this stance unified the astral essence within his body and formed a type of potential. As for Lin Ming, his battle stance was much more common. He flew high in the air, his hand extended diagonally, pointing the spear point down towards the void. His eyes were closed as he locked onto the surrounding space with his divine sense. To a martial artist on the level of Lin Ming, there was no difference between opening and closes their eyes. However, closing his eyes allowed him to better calm his mind, forming a more perfect union within the universe of his body and the universe of the world. This was a stance of becoming one with the heavens and earth, also a peak manifestation of the Azura laws and Holy Scripture laws. The world seemed to come to a standstill for this single frame of time. Bang! Astral Vault God King was the first to act. His movements were sudden and his speed immediately reached the peak. Astral Vault God King was someone who had reached the peak in the body transformation system. In terms of laws and force fields he might be at a disadvantage, but in terms of physique, he nearly reached the peak of the universe. A powerful body brought him not just terrifying strength but also unparalleled speed. No one could see just how Astral Vault God King had launched an attack when his arms were crossed against his chest. The Empyreans present also saw a flash as Astral Vault God King turned into a beam of light that hurtled forward. The potential that Astral Vault God King had gathered with the initial battle stance of the Astral Vault Saint body was completely poured into this strike. And what he attacked Lin Ming with was not the golden sword in his hand, but his fist. In fact, for someone like Astral Vault God King, his mortal body could already compare favorably with a true divinity spirit treasure. There was no difference in striking power between his fist and sword. The void collapsed. Space storms swept out and rolled forwards. These storms gathered together, merging with Astral Vault God King's potential. At this moment it was like Lin Ming wasn't facing a fist, but a falling star. Everyone held their breath. This was the disparity between a true divinity and an Empyrean. Facing Astral Vault God King's fist, nearly all of the Empyreans couldn't help but think that his strike would be impossible to resist. This feeling was no different from a mortal facing landslides and tsunamis. It was impossible to struggle. And at this time, Lin Ming also moved. Like a divine dragon awaked from its slumber, his eyes flashed open. Lin Ming thrust out his spear, his strike colliding with Astral Vault God King's fist. In that terrifying impact, endless space and time storms shattered. All that was left over was the great momentum formed within Astral Vault God King's fist, smashing into Lin Ming's black dragon spear. A clash of fist and spear. Kai! A powerful pressure caused the black dragon spear to distort. It bent like a drawn bow. But at the same time, Astral Vault God King's protective astral essence was also pierced through, leaving behind golden bloodstains on his hand. These bloodstains burned in astral essence like a mass of divine flame, emitting an all-powerful light as if suns were exploding. Bang! The two separated. The black dragon spear whipped back to its straight form. Astral Vault God King and Lin Ming flew back several hundred miles before pausing in the void. In this one strike, no one had been able to harm the other. But many human martial artists had cold beads of sweat dripping down their foreheads. This Astral Vault God King was simply too terrifying. Although they didn't know what rank Lin Ming's black spear was, they faintly knew that it must be a true divinity spirit treasure of the highest caliber. But Astral Vault God King had actually used his fist to contend with this spear. Just how powerful was his mortal body? Although Astral Vault God King's fist had been injured, what followed was. Everyone looked towards Astral Vault God King and saw him wave his right hand. The bloodstains on his fist had solidified and the golden blood was being absorbed back through his skin. The wound on his hand regenerated at a visible speed and soon it disappeared altogether. Seeing such a frightening bodily recovery ability, the human martial artists present all felt weak at heart. This person possessed a mortal body with a dreadful defensive capability that could resist a true divinity spirit treasure and also had a formidable regeneration ability. This was simply the perfect defense. For the human Empyreans present, even if this type of enemy were to stand still and allow them to strike him, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Was this Astral Vault God King's strength? Indeed, there were no weaklings amongst those that were able to become a true divinity. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Astral Vault God King's right hand. He said in a soft voice, "So that's how it is. In terms of mortal body intensity, you already far surpass the rank of a lower true divinity. Every true divinity had their own special skills. For instance, the Spiritor's great Brahmic God King excelled in the aspect of the mind and spiritual sea. Empyrean Divine Dream had balanced her development of the essence-gathering system and soul-forging system and was able to show countless variations of styles, making it impossible for Astral Vault God King to do anything. Soaring Feather God King was also similar to Divine Dream. She was skilled in spiritual sea and illusions, and even had high attainments of the body. As for Astral Vault God King, he cultivated his body only. To become a true divinity with his body alone, he used a single cultivation system to resist the other two. From this, it could be seen just how great Astral Vault God King's mortal bodily strength was. This sort of person had peerless talent in the body transformation system, and he was someone who displayed this talent to the extreme. My mortal body intensity actually goes beyond that of a true divinity spirit treasure. But True divinity spirit treasures are simply objects. Destroying them, while not easy, can still be achieved. As for me, I am skilled in all sorts of cultivation methods and different skills. With my mortal body, once I pour in astral essence and revolve the astral vault saint body, the intensity of my body will increase by 10 times. Your attacks are strong, but if you cannot break through my defenses, then everything you try will be futile. Astral Vault God King sneered. Even the human true divinity divine dream wasn't able to harm him and had only trapped him in her illusions. I see. Lin Ming didn't have any expression. So what if Astral Vault's mortal body was strong? His mortal body was also strong, and it was also incredibly formidable. In particular, after opening another Dao Palace, what Lin Ming desired was to engage in frontal battle with a body transformation master. At that moment, 6 Dao Palaces opened within Lin Ming's body. Behind him, 9 brilliant stars appeared. Endless starlight poured into Lin Ming, merging into those 6 Dao Palaces. Even Lin Ming's black dragon spear started to shine with blinding starlight, scattering a luminous silvery brilliance all around. The black dragon spear was a peak true divinity spirit treasure, but if he couldn't pour enough strength into it, then its power would be greatly reduced. Now, after pouring in starlight, the black dragon spear seemed to come alive. Ringing cries of a dragon howled out from the spear, resounding through the void into the vastness of space. Astral Vault God King narrowed his eyes. You want to compete with me using body transformation? Haha, then bring it on. As Astral Vault God King spoke, he bellowed out and smashed his fist down at Lin Ming. Lin Ming slashed out his spear in response. Bang! This was the second time the two clashed. Golden astral essence and silver starlight turned into a horrifying energy storm that swept outward. This time, the black dragon spear didn't bend. It seemed as if it truly had become an unrivaled divine dragon, capable of shattering stars. Astral Vault God King was a body transformation God King, and his speed neared the limits of possibility. But Lin Ming was actually no worse, completely able to keep up with Astral Vault God King's speed. The two of them engaged in a brutal melee of speed. However, their striking power wasn't exchanged as a price for this speed. In fact, every time they clashed, their strikes would cause an energy storm to sweep outwards. Each time a storm was born, it would persist for a long time. From far away, it seemed as if the entire distant skies were covered with giant gold and silver vortexes. A nearly 1,000-mile large meteor was sucked into this gold and silver vortex and immediately burst into fragments before being reduced to dust. This boggled the mind. How could the attacks of these two be so terrifying? If some of the weaker Empyreans present were drawn in, they wouldn't even have their bones left. With such high-speed attacks and every attack having so much power behind it, just how could anyone fight them? Ha ha ha. Great. Wonderful. Astral Vault God King wildly roared. For him to laugh so recklessly in the midst of such fierce combat proved that he still had ample strength remaining. Amid this great laughter, Astral Vault God King's body emitted crackling from all over. His body started to grow and a faint red glow covered his body. The mystical symbol that appeared between his eyebrows before showed once again. He had completed his bloodline body metamorphosis. Bang! The void exploded. After transforming, Astral Vault God King was able to punch open a black hole in the void with his strikes. Lin Ming rapidly drew backward. Lin Ming grasped his spear, his eyes blazing brilliantly at Astral Vault God King. This was the first time that Astral Vault God King had used the heavy sword in his hand. This heavy sword seemed no different from a door, and the blade was even longer than a man's height. But, as Astral Vault God King held this heavy sword, this incredible length seemed just right. This heavy sword was dark gold in color and didn't seem different from an ordinary sword. However, Lin Ming discovered that when light flowed over this sword, it actually seemed to curve as if it were being drawn in by it. Or, perhaps the space surrounding the sword itself was distorted. This sword's name is Dark Star. Astral Vault God King had a proud smile as he saw Lin Ming looking at his sword. When I was stepping into true divinity, I once went into seclusion on a dark star. Using the dark star's terrifying gravity, I tempered my own mortal body. After I truly broke into the realm of true divinity, before I left, I used all of my strength to pull out a piece of matter from this dark star, a piece that was 3 inches wide, a foot long, and considerably thick. After I returned, I went into seclusion for another 1,000 years to use this dark star material to create a thin and long sword form. Using this sword form as the base, I cast an immense amount of golden gem demonic steel atop it, finally forging it into a heavy sword. I did not refine it, nor did I carve any demonic runes on its surface. While this is a true divinity spirit treasure, it actually doesn't have any supernatural abilities or array formations within. But, with its terrifying weight alone as well as its incredible hardness, it is the best weapon for me. As Astral Vault spoke, many people were bewildered. Dark Star? What was that? Chapter 2064, Sword Potential Sealed. Chapter 2064, Sword Potential Sealed. Dark Star, that is a celestial body evolved from an old fire star. Empyreans with insufficient cultivation cannot hope to approach one. On the human side, Great Limitless Buddha began to slowly explain. Many junior human martial artists simply didn't know what a dark star was. In fact, within the wild universe they had never seen such a celestial body before. The gravitational force of a dark star was far too terrifying. If the tiniest speck of material were placed on an ordinary planet, it would still be heavier than a mountain range. If a normal martial artist were to land on a dark star, or even if they approached too closely, then entire bodies would be torn to pieces by the immense gravitational force. Yet, Astral Vault was able to rip out a piece of this matter and cast it into a divine sword. It was hard to imagine just what boundary his mortal body had reached. In order to train a transcendent divine body, he actually cultivated on a dark star to temper his mortal body. Not just that, but he even ripped out a part of that dark star to forge an incomparably heavy weapon. That is just the actions of a crazy man. Lin Ming muttered to himself, narrowing his eyes as he stared at the sword in Astral Vault God King's hands. In terms of quality it might be inferior to his own Black Dragon Spear, but in terms of weight, it was many times heavier, and the Black Dragon Spear was already heavy enough to be a pillar that supported the heaven. If such a sword were to be slashed out at high speed, then the might it would display was unimaginable. Then, Astral Vault God King moved. He wielded the Dark Star sword and chopped down. The speed of the sword wasn't fast, but it contains the overwhelming momentum of Astral Vault God King's attack. It locked down the surrounding void, making it so that no one could dodge. Lin Ming's pupils shrank and he rapidly stormed backwards. At the same time, his entire body emitted loud crackling sounds as crimson scales appeared all over him. He had used the strength of the Azura blood. Catcher. The cage of space was shattered and Astral Vault God King's sword struck empty space. A terrifying potential erupted. Astral Vault God King's sword strike slashed open the horizon, forming a massive black gap. Titanic space storms swept out, creating a great pressure on the surrounding area. Astral Vault God King grinned. He slashed out again and again, dozens of times, each strike like a trillion landslides, able to tear planets apart. This horrifying attack joined together into a single stretch, causing even the universe to tremble. But Lin Ming didn't attack. He simply dodged. Although each sword strike seemed incomparably dangerous to avoid, he managed to evade every one. You want to consume my strength? Then let's give it a try. Astral Vault God King's eyes flashed with a cold brilliance. In terms of physical strength, Astral Vault God King was at the pinnacle of the saint. Astral Vault Saint Body was originally a cultivation method focused on endurance and strength. Astral Vault God King could fiercely battle for 100 days without faltering. Not just that, but Astral Vault God King's speed grew faster and faster. Although this Dark Star sword was bewilderingly heavy, its potential seemed to fuse together with Astral Vault God King, as if sword and man had become one. CA. A sword swept through the void, locking out all directions for Lin Ming to dodge. Without enough time to evade, Lin Ming brought up his spear. Bang! A horrifying weight crashed down. Even the Black Dragon Spear that had the power of starlight poured into it curved upon impact. Lin Ming's hand shook and he was sent flying away, tumbling through the starry skies like a streaking meteor. Astral Vault God King chased forwards, sword light blazing ahead of him. Every sword light cut open the void and left behind an alarming sword scar. Some sword scars were several hundred miles long, some were several miles long, and some were only the height of a person. Generally speaking, when martial artists fought, it wasn't difficult to tear open space, even in stable universes of the 33 heavens. And after space was torn open, there would be space storms that swept out. At the same time, these tears would rapidly regenerate. This was the self-repair ability of space. However, the space cracks cut open by Astral Vault God King seemed to persist. Once they appeared, they seemed to want to regenerate, but an invisible strength prevented them, causing them to be half regenerated and half torn. Slowly, more and more sword scars appeared. Hundreds and thousands of sword scars appeared, unexpectedly forming a massive dark gold net of light. This net of light locked down the entire surrounding space. For a time, the void became incredibly heavy and sticky. Lin Ming and Astral Vault God King were sealed within. These are the sword scars created by Astral Vault God King just now. Some martial artists exclaimed as they realized what occurred. Astral Vault God King had struck out thousands of times just now, each sword strike creating a tear in space. People thought that these space tears were because Astral Vault God King's sword light had been too strong, but now it seemed that he had intentionally done this. The thousands of space-time sword scars gathered together in a continuous stretch, compressing the battlefield into a radius of several hundred miles. For two true divinity-level powerhouses, an area of space that was a mere several hundred miles in radius could be passed through in a millionth of an instant. It simply couldn't even be considered a distance. Like this, Lin Ming would be forced into the smallest range possible. While Lin Ming would find it increasingly difficult to dodge, Astral Vault God King would be able to display his strength to the limit. This Astral Vault is indeed terrifying. I never imagined he would have so many methods at his disposal. Skyrend Godlord commented. These sword scars are not normal space cracks, but a manifestation of sword potential. Each time Astral Vault strikes out, his attacks contain a great potential. This sword potential lingers on in those space tears, and they remain sharp as before, constantly tearing open the space again and preventing space from repairing itself. If anyone were to run into these space tears, they would also be attacked by this sword potential, and there would be dreadful consequences. Although it wouldn't be the same as being directly attacked by Astral Vault's sword, it still isn't something an Empyrean would be able to withstand. True divinity, there isn't a single one that is not terrifying. Astral Vault God King's attainments in force fields might not be profound, but this technique of his is able to make up for his inferiority in force fields. Dark Demon Monarch said with a grim expression. A force field was a separate space created around a martial artist, containing laws that were beneficial to their combat condition. Generally speaking, their usual roles were to suppress and block. And now, these sword scars that Astral Vault God King slashed out served a similar purpose. Once the scope of the battlefield was limited to the smallest area possible, he would be able to display the greatest strength of his powerful mortal body. But at this time, within the sealed space created by thousands of sword scars, Lin Ming was silently perceiving the surrounding space laws. He had locked onto every sword scar with his divine sense. His sense penetrated into the sword scars and then out again. Lin Ming realized that these sword scars weren't truly unbreakable, but during the time it would take him to break through the net of sword light, Astral Vault God King would seize this chance to attack him. At this time, Astral Vault God was already hurtling towards him. A distance of several hundred miles took less than the blink of an eye to cross. Astral Vault God King's sword slashed down, as heavy as a mountain range. With limited space, Lin Ming no longer drew backwards. He revolved the strength within his body to the limit. The black dragon spear howled out. Bang! Lin Ming's arms shook once more and his hands went numb. The Darkstar sword was simply too heavy. Just the terrifying gravity of it made one feel that its strikes were impossible to withstand. Beneath the tremendous inertia of the strike, Lin Ming was sent flying backwards, whereupon he smashed into the net of sword scars. Hualala! The light net violently shook. The back of Lin Ming's clothes was immediately torn apart, revealing a black flexible armor. This flexible armor was also ripped open and blood began dripping down the cracks. From just this single collision, everyone could see how horrifying this light net was. If it weren't Lin Ming but another Empyrean who had crashed into the light net, they would have already been torn apart. This was Astral Vault God King's terrifying ability. Even after his sword strike was over, it would still leave behind a sword scar that possessed a dreadful lethality. This was the might of his sword potential. Lin Ming casually reached out a hand and tore off the torn flexible armor. His naked upper body revealed blood-stained black scales. His wounds were also visibly regenerating. However, sword potential created continuous destruction on his wounds, making it so that the rate of Lin Ming's regeneration was much slower than Astral Vault's. Lin Ming, you are finished. Although you are an outstanding existence, you will still lose to me. Although I can send you smashing into the light net again and again, using up your strength, I don't plan to do this. I won't give you any chance to recover. As Astral Vault spoke, he roared out loud. His mortal body began to transform once more. His skin became dark red and more curse seals appeared over his body. He seemed to have used an arcane skill, or perhaps it was a different variation of his body metamorphosis. But, regardless of what it was, what remained doubtless was that Astral Vault God King had become more formidable than he was a moment ago. He was beginning to use his complete strength. Dark Star Disintegration. Astral Vault God King grasped his sword in both hands and lifted it high above his head. In that moment, endless light shot out from the Dark Star sword, covering the entire space within the light net. Then, Astral Vault God King brought the Dark Star sword chopping wildly down, instantly slashing out 1,000 times. These 1,000 sword strikes each contained 30 to 40% of Astral Vault God King's all-out strength. The 1,000 sword strikes covered the world, spreading out in all directions and blocking all. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. From between his eyebrows, the Davik eye shined with blinding radiance. His pupils also changed, becoming the shape of a needle. Mysterious patterns surrounded his eyes. As he opened the Davik Eye Dao Palace, he also used 3 lives pupils all existence to void. Astral Vault God King had achieved the peak of physical strength, but what he sacrificed was the might of laws. Beneath the dual sight of 3 lives pupils all existence to void and the Davik Eye, these 1,000 sword lights became completely different. They seemed to spread everywhere, blotting out the skies and blocking every possible direction to dodge in, but, in Lin Ming's eyes, their formation lacked the perfection of the laws. Some sword lights were fast and some sword lights were slow. In chasing after an ever stronger attack, Astral Vault God King inevitably had to sacrifice a portion of speed in his attack. This gave Lin Ming a chance that he could exploit to evade. He stepped through the void. He was like a swallow flying through a storm as he broke into that sea of sword light. You want to kill yourself? Ha ha ha. Then come. Astral Vault God King laughed. If he had the chance to kill Lin Ming, then he certainly wouldn't mind. But, he knew that this chance was extremely small. However, the moment the sword light completely covered Lin Ming, an inconceivable sight occurred. Astral Vault God King watched as Lin Ming shuttled through the sword light like a fish through water, rushing through the tiniest slits to avoid over 90% of the sword light. Less than 10% of it fell on Lin Ming. And at this time, the 9 great stars in the skies flashed. Starlight gathered together, condensing. Astral Vault God King's sword light net wasn't able to prevent the starlight of the highest heavens passing through. Within the infinite starry space, a star sea formed around Lin Ming. Lin Ming slashed out his spear, pouring this star sea into his strike as he fired into Astral Vault God King's 1,000 sword lights. Star Sea against Sword Sea. Chapter 2065, Reverse. Chapter 2065, Reverse. Bang! The sea of stars collided with the sword light. The sea of stars was torn apart and the sword light was also devoured. At this time, a black light shrouded over everything. The sword net that Astral Vault God King formed began to violently sway beneath this tremendous impact, and the attached sword potential also seemed as if it would soon fall apart. In this instant, Astral Vault God King was submerged within the sea of stars. In the endless starlight of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, Astral Vault God King felt like a mortal soaking in heavy mercury, his flesh and blood burning away. His sword potential was diminished and his sense was also blocked by the starlight. Divine sense was not Astral Vault God King's specialty. But even without using his sense, he could still feel Lin Ming rapidly approaching, because he could feel a dense killing intent rushing towards him. Astral Vault God King roared out loud. He stepped forward, his Darkstar sword slashing down. Catcher. That sword seemed as if it could cut apart the sun and moon. By relying on the Darkstar sword's horrifying weight, Astral Vault God King was able to directly shear apart the sea of stars. The Darkstar sword collided with the black spear. The tremendous weight brought with it an overwhelming momentum. The endless power of the 9 stars was swept up by this sword, exploding in the air. Bang! The black spear was smashed into a bent bow by the Darkstar sword. The powerful backlash sent Lin Ming soaring backwards, and that overweeningly domineering astral essence struck his chest, causing him to spit out blood. Die! Astral Vault God King diabolically grinned. He knew that in that last attack his astral sword light has swept through Lin Ming. Astral Vault God King was well aware of just how terrifying his astral sword light was. It wasn't something that a human's mortal body could withstand. His body emitted explosive crackling sounds. He hurtled forwards, chasing after the victory. Astral Vault God King slashed out his sword several times. Endless sword potential contracted, forming a special sword potential space that blocked all possible routes to evade in. This is bad. On the human side, an Empyrean cried out in alarm. This sword potential space was like a giant meat grinder. Within it, sword potential cut throughout. Once one was sealed inside, they would be torn into fragments by the sword potential. Even if Lin Ming was incomparably fierce, this protective true essence would still be compressed by the sword potential and he would be restrained everywhere. If he wanted to break through the sword potential space, he would need to spend a considerable amount of effort and time, but how would Astral Vault God King give him such a chance? In this sword potential space, Astral Vault God King's striking power reached the zenith of his capabilities. It was fundamentally impossible for Lin Ming to avoid Astral Vault God King's attack. Your blood shall be a sacrifice to my sword. Astral Vault God King's voice was loud and clear, like billowing waves of heavenly thunder, vast and merciless. He blazed forwards, his sword slashing down and annihilating all laws. But in this moment, Astral Vault God King's condensed sword potential space suddenly shook. Somehow, Lin Ming, who he had thought was trapped inside his sword potential space, suddenly used some unknown method to break free, gripping a black spear and sweeping out. What? Astral Vault God King was simply unable to respond for a time. Although his sword potential space had trembled just then, it hadn't shattered, so how had Lin Ming managed to free himself? In the fleeting instant, there was no time for him to figure out what occurred. He lifted his Darkstar sword and astral essence burnt all over his body as he lit up like a scorching sun. Bang! In that wild collision, a great black wheel appeared in Lin Ming's hand. A great Azura demon that was several hundred feet tall appeared behind that wheel, slowly pushing it forwards. The black wheel was like a grinding pan that swallowed everything before it. It constantly swallowed up the golden light emitted by Astral Vault God King. This was Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel. The all-annihilating Azura heavenly Tao constantly grinded down the golden runes. Astral Vault God King roared out loud and chopped down on the black wheel. Catcher! The myriad demon karmic wheel shivered. However, Astral Vault God King was also struck by a backlash of the laws. His mortal body lit up with a macabre red color and his blood vitality started to tumble about. Astral Vault God King drew back. Beneath the tremendous impact of the laws, his mortal body was inevitably sent flying backwards. But at this time, another killing intent appeared behind him like gods and ghosts. What? In that instant, Astral Vault God King felt a shiver run down his back, his entire body turning ice cold. He had been struck backwards by Lin Ming's attack, but Lin Ming must not have felt any better. His energy was too fierce, like a star exploding. It was impossible for Lin Ming to easily block it. However, he had attacked and in a short period of time it was impossible for him to launch another move. And at this time, from behind Astral Vault God King, Lin Ming had already grasped his spear and was rushing straight towards him. Another Azura phantom appeared behind Lin Ming, another great wheel spinning between its arms. The difference was that this wheel was not black, but purple. The purple wheel seemed like a soul vortex, capable of twisting everything to pieces within. Avatar. Astral Vault God King's thoughts raced. He realized that in that great collision just then when he had smashed into the sea of stars, Lin Ming had used the moment that his sense had been restrained to scatter out his 3 avatars, and Astral Vault God King hadn't discovered this. Lin Ming was simply far too fast. Not to mention Astral Vault God King, who was submerged in the sea of stars. Even those peak Empyreans that watched from far away weren't able to see a single one of Lin Ming's avatars. And what was most terrifying was that Lin Ming's avatars originated from the Azura Heavenly Tao laws. The strength of the 3 avatars was directly linked to the strength of his main body. The stronger Lin Ming was, the stronger his avatars became. Astral Vault God King straightened himself with effort and suppressed the tumbling blood vitality within him himself. Then, he struggled to launch a counterattack. His sword slashed atop the purple wheel. This purple wheel also came from the Azura Heavenly Tao. It was the Myriad Essence Reincarnation Wheel. Bang! A horrifying energy erupted. Astral Vault God King's sword was unable to force back this giant wheel, but only managed to force back Lin Ming's avatar. The Azura Phantom grabbed hold of the wheel and smashed into Astral Vault God King's chest. Puff! Astral Vault God King spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling away like a meteor. Astral Vault God King, someone with incredible bodily strength and a mortal body that far surpassed a god beast in intensity, had actually suffered heavy losses. And in this moment, the 4th Lin Ming appeared. There's more. Astral Vault God King's eyes turned blood red. Before this, Astral Vault God King had fought side by side with Soaring Feather God King and had engaged Empyrean Divine Dream in an exasperating guerrilla war. He simply hadn't had much communication with the saints. All he knew was that after Lin Ming returned, humanity had been able to win a number of victories. However, he hadn't returned long enough to hear that Lin Ming had 3 avatars. And in truth, even if he knew this, he still wouldn't necessarily have been able to come up with a plan to deal with them. This was because while Astral Vault God King was formidable, his fighting technique was extremely singular in both offense and defensive, and lacked the variety needed. But Lin Ming had learned a broad depth of skills and his fighting techniques were ever-changing, making it impossible to defend against. Astral Vault God King was no longer able to tell whether this 4th Lin Ming was an avatar or his main body. All he felt was that this approaching enemy seemed to melt into the starry skies, his body reaching the peak of speed and his attack trajectory nearly impossible to predict. This Lin Ming didn't use a weapon, but simply used a palm to crash into Astral Vault God King. At this moment, Astral Vault God King bit down on the tip of his tongue and forced out a drop of blood essence. This drop of blood essence didn't instantly burn like the blood essence of an ordinary martial artist. Rather, it turned into a golden fog of blood that covered Astral Vault God King's body. Astral Vault God King summoned his astral essence, attacking for the 4th time in a short period. This sword would soon chop down on Lin Ming's palm. This sudden change bewildered everyone watching. They had all seen how terrifying this Darkstar sword was. With the sword's horrifying weight and Astral Vault God King's all-out strength, even a royal god beast would have all its joints and muscles broken apart, smashed into liquid mush. A flesh and blood body was just unable to withstand this. The moment that Lin Ming's palm intersected with the heavy sword, a black and white yin-yang diagram appeared above his palm. This yin-yang diagram contained a vast aura, leaving one gasping for breath. This was the manifestation of Lin Ming's power of divinity and demons. Astral Vault God King's sword crashed into the yin-yang diagram. Puff! Astral Vault God King spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash he suffered from summoning his astral essence while disregarding the roiling blood in his body. This Lin Ming was once again sent soaring backwards from the tremendous impact force. But, before Astral Vault God King could catch his breath, his complexion changed once more. He could feel a cunning and slippery strength pass through his Darkstar sword, drilling into his flesh and blood. Millimeter. Astral Vault God King froze. He discovered that in that attack just now, Lin Ming had poured a dark demonic strength into the yin-yang diagram. That strength had broken into his body, carrying with it an all-destroying demonic force that actually began corroding away at his flesh and blood. His mortal body began to lose its vitality. This was the fusion of Lin Ming's power of demons and the Holy Scripture Law's Book of Death. The power of death covered Astral Vault God King. What was going on? Astral Vault God King was panic-stricken. In normal times, he could transfer all the astral essence in his body and use absolute strength and his scorching sun-like blood energy to suppress this corrosive strength and burn it away. However, because Astral Vault God King had repeatedly summoned his astral essence and even used a drop of blood essence to make 4 attacks, he had exceeded his limit. This caused Astral Vault God King to suffer a deficit in his blood vitality for a brief moment. And this demonic strength took advantage of this chance to enter his body, directly attacking his life source. Astral Vault God King's mortal body defenses were incredibly formidable. But beneath this continuous attack of laws, he was unable to use his powerful mortal body to resist it. Once a deficit appeared in his blood vitality, then it wouldn't be strong enough, and every time he tried to restore some it would be corrupted and devoured by this demonic strength, becoming a part of that demonic strength. Like this, the demonic strength would continue to expand, forming a vicious cycle. Astral Vault God King's complexion change. He never imagined that this battle where he had the superiority would be reversed because of a moment of negligence. Or it could even be said that this wasn't a moment of negligence at all, but a trap intentionally laid down by Lin Ming. Chapter 2066, Astral Vault's Defeat. Chapter 2066, Astral Vault's Defeat. In fact, from the moment that Astral Vault God King had mistakenly thought Lin Ming's true self was still confined within the sword potential space, unable to do anything, Astral Vault God King had occupied the inferiority. From a single wrong step, the entire game would topple over. Lin Ming chased after his advantage, sending out 3 continuous attacks and furthering his superior position, forcing Astral Vault God King to summon his blood vitality. And in the last attack, when Astral Vault God King had finally exhausted his blood vitality, Lin Ming used his killing move. Moreover, this strike of Lin Ming's had struck Astral Vault God King where it hurt. Using the Holy Scriptures Book of Death and the Power of Demons, Lin Ming had corroded Astral Vault's diminished blood vitality, making it so that he wouldn't be able to recover from this strike. This continuous attack had been Lin Ming's plan all along. From the standoff to the beginning to the sudden reversal, everything had happened too suddenly. After seizing hold of Astral Vault's mistake, Lin Ming didn't give him a chance to recover. Even the powerful Astral Vault wasn't able to find a moment to use his great strength. Catcher. At this time, the sword potential space that Astral Vault prepared was torn apart. A black-clothed Lin Ming broke free from that sword potential space. This Lin Ming had a different spear in his hand. This spear was only a high-grade Empyrean spirit treasure, one obtained when he killed a peak Saint Empyrean. It naturally wasn't able to resist the Dark Star Sword, not even a single strike. 4 Lin Mings scattered in all directions. Without any pause, they began to summon their strength once more. Lin Ming's true self grasped the Black Dragon Spear and pointed it straight at Astral Vault God King, his entire body fused with a yin-yang power. This was the power of divinity and demons. As for the other 3 avatars, their bodies emitted 3 different colored energies. These energies were astral essence, true essence, and spirit essence, energies that corresponded to the great Tao of the 33 heavens essence, energy, and divine. With the 4 Lin Mings working together, their strength doubled over. Seeing Lin Ming's momentum grow, Astral Vault God King's eyes flashed with rage and shame. Astral Vault was indeed incomparably powerful when it came to the mortal body, but he lacked the variation of change. This became his irredeemable shortcoming. When a fierce tiger was tossed into the broad ocean, it wouldn't even be able to display a tenth of its strength. At the same time, a shark that was beached in the sand wouldn't be able to be a threat. This was the disadvantage brought about by the inability to change. But in that fight just now, Lin Ming had used clever battle techniques to fool Astral Vault. Astral Vault naturally found this hard to accept. Astral Vault bit the tip of his tongue once more, spouting out a bit of blood essence. As this blood essence appeared, it bloomed with a brilliant divine light. Beneath the shine of this divine light, the power of death within his body melted away like white snow beneath the fiery sun. He had used the price of burning his blood essence to rapidly drive out the ruinous power of death and demons in his body. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. In the hands of his 3 avatars, 3 great wheels appeared. These wheels were separately black, purple, and blue. At this time, Lin Ming naturally wouldn't give Astral Vault God King a chance to recover. But just as he was about to attack, an icy cold voice sounded out. "Stop!" As this icy voice echoed out, thick layers of feathers sprinkled down from the skies, covering Lin Ming and Astral Vault within and causing the entire space to become heavy and sticky, making it extremely hard and slow to revolve energy. A white-clothed woman fell down between Lin Ming and Astral Vault God King. This person was Soaring Feather God King. "It's over. Astral Vault, you lost." Astral Vault's blood vitality was restless and he gasped for breath like a tired cow. He had just been about to summon his astral essence and fight Lin Ming again when he had been stopped by Soaring Feather. Clearly, he was unwilling to admit a loss. To burn blood essence in a martial arts contest is already disgraceful. And to burn your blood essence and still not gain the advantage, it is your loss. If Astral Vault could burn his essence, then Lin Ming could naturally also burn his blood essence. This was originally not a great life or death war, but a battle to decide whose respective words would take precedence. If they all burnt their blood essence to fight, then it would be no different from a true life or death battle with each side going all out against each other. If this occurred, then no one would be able to leave this battlefield. In truth, after reaching the level of a true divinity, it was rare for one to go all out against someone else. This was because once they received an irreversible wound of some sort, this wouldn't be something that could be cured using ordinary heavenly materials. They would require true divinity-level medicines to have some sort of effect. However, the number of true divinity-level medicines might not be any more than the number of true divinities themselves. Sometimes even if one searched through the entire 33 heavens, it would be difficult to find one. Even if one did find one, refining it was extremely troublesome. Most alchemists did not possess the ability to do so. Astral Vault looked at Soaring Feather and then looked at Lin Ming. Although he didn't want to acknowledge it, there was nothing he could say. What Soaring Feather said was the truth. He had already lost this battle. He had lost to Lin Ming's planning and variety of techniques, and he was very unwilling towards this loss. But, a loss was a loss and he had no excuses to make. Moreover, Astral Vault knew that from the start of the battle, Lin Ming had relied on his body transformation system's 9 stars of the Tao Palace to fight him for a long time, and didn't use any other laws. After unsealing the divine chains of order that imprisoned the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and also fusing together 6 Tao Palaces, Lin Ming's 9 stars of the Tao Palace had become one of his mightiest combat methods. He desired to see just what level his body transformation technique was at, and Astral Vault was the best experimental subject to do so with. It had to be said that in the body transformation system, Astral Vault God King had reached the extreme. If the two people truly compared solely their body transformation techniques, Astral Vault clearly possessed a great advantage. But in this case, although Astral Vault had been able to completely suppress Lin Ming, he hadn't been able to win in a short period of time. Astral Vault had even used his bloodline body metamorphosis. Lin Ming was a human, but with just his body transformation technique alone, he was able to fight with Astral Vault to this degree. Astral Vault couldn't help but admire this. Thus, when Soaring Feather stepped in, Astral Vault finally suppressed his tumbling astral essence and stopped. In his heart, he knew that after reaching the peak of the body transformation system, this peak had actually become his weakness. In terms of body transformation talent, there was no one that could compare with him, and he was someone who had relied on body transformation alone to become a true divinity. This was remarkable. However, since ancient times there had been many true divinities that dual cultivated or even triple cultivated. They understood more than one of the 33 heavens laws, and such people might possess a slower cultivation speed, but after becoming a true divinity their potential was actually greater. Astral Vault deeply looked at Lin Ming. Then, his body turned into a beam of light and vanished into the ends of the starry skies. This was the same as tacitly acknowledging his own defeat. And at the same time, Soaring Feather looked towards Lin Ming. The starry space was as dark as ink. Lin Ming held the black dragon spear in his hand, his eyes deep like water. Endless starlight sprinkled down on Lin Ming, flowing over his body like mercury. At this moment, looking at Lin Ming in the starry skies, Soaring Feather suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing of her heart. This sort of throbbing was a kind of strange intuition. She suddenly thought that as she stood in front of this youth, he had become the incarnation of the cosmos of the 33 heavens, becoming a mystical and boundless being, as if today she were witnessing the birth and continuation of a legend. Heavenly Tao. Soaring Feather had a foreboding feeling in her heart. She looked up into the heavens, her faint gaze peering outwards as if she were looking towards the ends of the universe. Perhaps in this era, there would be no calm. She drew back from her thoughts and fixed her eyes on Lin Ming. Her red lips parted. 10 days later, you and I will fight. This deadline should be enough for you to return to your peak state. Lin Ming nodded. He thought for a moment and then summoned Primordius Heavenly Palace. After Primordius Heavenly Palace appeared, it revolved, growing larger. 3 figures flashed as they flew out from it. These 3 people were High Sun, Dark Moon, and Fairy Blue Lotus. At this time, Lin Ming had already drawn out the flesh and blood of famine from their bodies, restoring to them their free will. However, their cultivations had been locked away using the Azura Heavenly Tao, so none of them possessed any combat strength. You are free to go. As Lin Ming spoke, he waved his hand and pushed Fairy Blue Lotus and the others to Soaring Feather God King. He never had the intention of holding these 3 people captive much longer to begin with. However, after they had their free will restored, their memories and experiences of everything that had occurred were retained. As they thought back to everything that had happened, the 3 of them felt as if they wanted to die. In particular, Fairy Blue Lotus. As she thought of how she referred to Lin Ming and how she groveled towards him, her eyes nearly spat fire. Deep humiliation swelled up within her heart. She wished that she could tear Lin Ming to pieces and then kill herself. Chapter 2067, Revere the Strong. Chapter 2067, Revere the Strong. Master. As Fairy Blue Lotus saw Soaring Feather God King, she knelt down within the void. Never in her entire life had she felt such profound humiliation. After being subdued by Lin Ming, she had been made into a slave for several months, calling him master while having no personality of her own. She did whatever Lin Ming wished her to do, completely at his mercy. Now she had no face to see her master. At this time, Fairy Blue Lotus didn't say any words such as begging Soaring Feather to take revenge and kill Lin Ming for her. Although she was incredibly angry, she hadn't lost her sense of reasoning. Looking at the current situation, she was freed not because Soaring Feather used the threat of force, but it had instead been accomplished through negotiations. Otherwise, Lin Ming wouldn't have drawn out the flesh and blood of famine several days ago and locked away their cultivation while returning to them their free will. This was clearly all done to process the hostages while preparing for the final exchange to occur. Along with Lin Ming's calm expression and Soaring Feather's cold and gloomy face, all clues indicated that Soaring Feather must have paid some sort of price to exchange for her freedom. This made the situation even more unbearable for Fairy Blue Lotus. She had shamed her master and shamed her sect, causing her master to be humiliated along with her. She glared at Lin Ming with hate in her eyes, wishing she could kill him. However, in the face of such a glare, Lin Ming remained indifferent. He simply didn't place Blue Lotus's hatred in his heart. He icily said to her, "You led the Saint armies to kill countless human elites. Of course, because our races are at war, your actions are indisputable. Since that is the case, me killing you is also indisputable. However, I left you your life and only humiliated you for several months, and yet you cannot bear this. Is your dignity really that important, but the lives of my human race's elites not important? I would rather you killed me." Fairy Blue Lotus clenched her jaws, rage growing in her heart. Lin Ming sneered. He knew that Fairy Blue Lotus would truly have preferred this. "You have a great enmity with my human race. Since you fell into my hands, then I can dispose of you as I wish. If you have the strength, then you can also dispose of me as you will. While you were being controlled by me for these last several months, the numerous saint martial artists you killed don't even begin to make up for your crimes. Today I freed you, so keep that hatred in your heart if you wish. In the future, I welcome you to come take revenge whenever you want. Although the premise behind that is that you must have the strength. But If you dare to involve my family or friends in your grudge and move against them, then I swear I will cripple your cultivation, shatter all your meridians, and make you experience a lifetime of torture and suffering beneath the hands of countless humans before you die. Lin Ming's words were extremely vicious. He naturally knew what Fairy Blue Lotus feared the most. If there were countless people who she had previously seen as ants, rather, it should be said that she had seen them as even less than ants, and these people defiled her body without end, then this would be a fate 10,000 times worse than death. Listening to Lin Ming's words, Fairy Blue Lotus turned blue in the face. Just how proud and arrogant had she been in her life? Yet today she was actually being disregarded and had her dignity trampled upon so ruthlessly by Lin Ming. I will kill you. Fairy Blue Lotus's eyes nearly cracked open. She really wanted to rush forwards and engage Lin Ming in a life or death battle, but she was well aware that her abilities were inferior to his, and inferior by far. Lin Ming had already stated that if she had the ability she could take revenge whenever she wished, he would welcome her arrival. But, could she? For the rest of her life, if there wasn't an accident, she would likely never be able to catch up to Lin Ming. Even reaching a tenth of his strength, even a hundredth, seemed impossible. In the future the disparity between them would only grow increasingly wide. This caused Fairy Blue Lotus to feel deep humiliation and anguish. Shut up! Soaring Feather suddenly shouted, her face a mask of frost. Master! Fairy Blue Lotus's heart was filled with grievances. She bit her lips and stood behind Soaring Feather God King. She forcefully held back her tears, not willing to cry in front of her hated enemy. Today she had lost far too much face. In addition to all the events that had occurred in the last several months, this was Fairy Blue Lotus's darkest hour. Soaring Feather disregarded Fairy Blue Lotus. She looked at Lin Ming, gloomily saying, "The two of us are clear." Lin Ming hadn't killed Blue Lotus and the others, nor did he do anything too excessively humiliating to her. For instance, Soaring Feather could see that Fairy Blue Lotus's primordial yin was completely intact. Lin Ming hadn't used her as a living furnace. In fact, as Lin Ming had said, Blue Lotus had led the Legion of Famine to kill many humans. War was callous and heartless, and so no matter what Lin Ming did to retaliate against Blue Lotus, he couldn't be faulted for it. Lin Ming didn't go overboard, nor did Soaring Feather take things past the extreme. At the same time, when Lin Ming was breaking into the Empyrean realm, she didn't disturb him or attack the human fleet. Between the two of them, each had retained their bottom line. Otherwise everything would have gone beyond redemption. Soaring Feather wouldn't have been able to kill Lin Ming, and she would instead face his revenge in the future. Not just that, but she would have lost her most beloved disciple. As for Lin Ming, although he wouldn't have died, he would have failed in his breakthrough to the Empyrean realm. This would have caused him to require at least several hundred more years or even 1,000 years of accumulating more strength to undergo his breakthrough once more. Such a price was something neither side was willing to withstand. To end this dispute with a martial arts contest was the least costly possibility. In truth, from the moment that Lin Ming didn't choose to hide somewhere else when he underwent his Empyrean breakthrough and stayed together with the human armies, Soaring Feather had already correctly guessed what his plans to resolve this issue were. 10 days from now, you and I will battle, Soaring Feather said once more. However, as Fairy Blue Lotus heard these words, she was utterly bewildered. She looked at her master's back with disbelief thick in her eyes, nearly unable to believe her own ears. What? 10 days from now her own honorable master would actually fight Lin Ming? How was this possible? It wasn't just Fairy Blue Lotus, but even High Sun and Dark Moon had dazed expressions as they looked towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming against Soaring Feather. It seemed that Lin Ming was only an Empyrean. When they had been subdued, Lin Ming had been a half-step Empyrean. Now, they felt that his cultivation had rapidly increased and he should be at the Empyrean realm. An Empyrean battling a true divinity. Imagining this, High Sun and Dark Moon sucked in a breath of cold air. Soaring Feather God King might only be a lower true divinity, but she was absolutely not a weakling amongst lower true divinities. Did Lin Ming already possess the ability to contend with Soaring Feather? Everything occurring seemed like a dream. The Lin Ming in front of them had become a nearly unsurpassable existence that they couldn't look up to. Then I await you. Lin Ming calmly replied. Soaring Feather glanced at Lin Ming. Then, with a wave of her hand, she turned into a flurry of feathers. These feathers covered Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon, and all of them vanished together into the endless starry skies. Space reversed. Soaring Feather, Blue Lotus, and the others rapidly flew away. At this time, Fairy Blue Lotus's complexion was completely ill. She opened her mouth again and again before she finally couldn't help but ask, Master, when you fight Lin Ming, will you suppress your cultivation? Soaring Feather looked at Blue Lotus. Blue Lotus shrunk her neck, immediately feeling she had asked the wrong question. I will not. This simple reply fell into Blue Lotus's ears like a thunderbolt, causing her brain to ring. No suppression of cultivation. Fairy Blue Lotus was dumbfounded, her thoughts chaotic and confused. A trace of despair even surged in her heart. Although she was already aware that seeking out Lin Ming for revenge wasn't too realistic, it was only now that she profoundly felt just how unrealistic her thoughts had been. Lin Ming was far too terrifying. High Sun and Dark Moon also heard. They were both shaken from the core. This Lin Ming really did have the ability to struggle with a true divinity. This was simply unbelievable. They were all geniuses, but when compared to Lin Ming the difference was far too great. Although the saints looked down upon humanity, they were still a race that revered the strong. The existence of Lin Ming caused complex thoughts to rise in their hearts. Soaring Feather was silent for a moment. Then, she said, in the past when I first broke into the Empyrean realm, I was able to contend with a peak Empyrean for the first 10 moves. And within the Spiriters, the legendary peerless genius Sheng Mai was said to be able to defeat a peak Empyrean at the early Empyrean realm. Afterwards, she was even able to defeat several peak Empyreans. I had thought this was the limit of possibility, but when compared to Lin Ming the difference is far too great. In the fables, in the ancient era 10 billion years ago, the 33 heavens were filled with life and the martial arts civilization of our universe was incomparably glorious. There were innumerable Empyreans and holy lands rose up from all around, and even true divinities weren't uncommon characters. But, I fear that even in that era it would have been hard to find someone capable of standing side by side with Lin Ming. I just don't know how those two existences from the past would compare. As Soaring Feather spoke, Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon glanced at each other in blank dismay. They could faintly understand just which two existences Soaring Feather was speaking of. Azura Road Master, Immortal Sovereign. They were absolute legends, existences that no others could hope to compare with. But now, Lin Ming had actually stepped onto the road they traveled. In the future, there was a great possibility that Lin Ming would become a character similar to the Azura Road Master. He would create his own great world, passing down an inheritance that would last 10 billion years or even several dozen billions of years. As Fairy Blue Lotus thought of this, she even thought that if Lin Ming could truly become such a super powerhouse, then being subdued by him in the past and being made into his slave for a period of time wouldn't be something too difficult to accept. Fairy Blue Lotus originally would rather have died than become Lin Ming's slave. This was become of her prideful heart. However, in the past, the Azura Road Master and Immortal Sovereign must have had their own servants, and if these servants were placed in the present, then perhaps even the combined talent of herself, High Sun, and Dark Moon would be unable to compete with a single one of them. In this situation, just what qualifications did Fairy Blue Lotus have to feel insulted? Fairy Blue Lotus sighed, no longer speaking. High Sun and Dark Moon also fell silent. Their thoughts were all complicated. If one had to be brutally honest, then with their current level of talent, if they returned to the ancient era 10 billion years ago and delivered themselves to the door of the Azura Road Master and other such characters to work as their servants, then those existences might not even be willing to spare them a glance. After some time, Dark Moon couldn't help but ask, Senior Soaring Feather, do you think that the saints can still win? I am not sure, Soaring Feather shook her head. In the past he was only at the Holy Lord realm and not even the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was able to kill him. Now, he has grown up and has gained the capital to preserve his own life. Not to mention chasing him down, just with his strength alone, as long as he finds a place to hide and lays down a concealing array formation, then no one will be able to find him. As for the future of the saints and just how far Lin Ming will be able to grow, all of that will depend on a single word: destiny. Soaring Feather didn't speak any further. Her body turned into a stream of light, and with everyone else, they vanished into the boundless sea of stars. Chapter 2068, Investigating Famine Once More. Chapter 2068, Investigating Famine Once More. Two Saint God Kings departed one after another. This meant that in this battle, Lin Ming had emerged victorious. First, with his recently obtained Empyrean cultivation, he had defeated Astral Vault God King, and he also had another battle with Soaring Feather 10 days from now. Within 10 days, an Empyrean had continuously challenged two true divinities. This was destined to leave behind a legend. Several hundred miles away, the human martial artists watching the battle were already seething with joy. People rallied together, raising their arms up high and shouting out loud. Spirit ships bloomed with dazzling radiance that shot into the skies. Emperor Sokia, vast universe, all of the human Empyreans let out a long breath, their minds and hearts roused. This battle held extraordinary significance. It was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. As long as humanity didn't perish, then it would become an immortal testament, passed down forever. Lin Ming defeated a true divinity with an Empyrean cultivation. This not only greatly inspired the morale of humanity, but with the withdrawal of Astral Vault from the war between humanity and the saints, this would also be extremely advantageous for humanity's plans to retake the divine realm. All the human martial artists were filled with zeal. This blood debt between humanity and the saints had already gone on for over 6,000 years. Although it hadn't reached the level of complete genocide against another race, humanity would still make the saints pay a heavy price for their actions. And as everyone was wildly celebrating, Lin Ming only appeared for a brief moment before retreating to his own quiet chamber. He refused Emperor Sokia's offer of holding the ancient rite of a grand title ceremony for him. Instead, he chose to make the best use of these next 10 days before he fought Soaring Feather and explore Famine's memories once more. In the past, Lin Ming was unable to move Famine's memories, and the main reason behind this was his own limited soul force. Famine's memories were just far too vast in quantity. In the last several billion years, Famine had swallowed countless intelligent life forms, and the memories of all these lives had been kept in Famine's spiritual sea. To slowly screen out valuable information from all these memories was an incredibly arduous and cumbersome task. In the past, when Lin Ming tried it, he only felt an agonizing pain in his mind. But now Lin Ming was an Empyrean. He perceived the laws of the Holy Scripture and underwent a samsara of life and death, overseeing the myriad changes of the world. In terms of attainments in soul force, Lin Ming had amazing accomplishments. In intensity, he was naturally inferior to a true divinity, but in terms of quality, he surpassed many true divinities. In this situation, Lin Ming finally had a certain assurance that he would be able to explore Famine's soul. Even if he couldn't discover much, at the very least he could gain a basic understanding of Famine and the abyssals. Before now, Lin Ming simply didn't know anything about the secrets of the dark abyss. Time passed. In this small part of the star territory, the nearest several stars hid themselves behind the dark nebula of space. The night was profound and deep. Lin Ming sat in meditation, entering into his fused martial intent. At this time, what lay in front of Lin Ming was a boundless spiritual sea. This was Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Currently, Lin Ming had turned himself into a body of thought and entered his own inner world. A vast mental strength formed strong sea breezes, wildly whipping around. At the ends of this spiritual sea where the water and sky met, the vast soul of Famine was locked up with hundreds of thick spiritual ropes. Most of its enormous volume was submerged in the spiritual sea. Lin Ming flew forwards, straight towards Famine's soul. He slowly lifted his right hand. Atop his palm, endless starlight gathered, slowly manifesting into a black cube. This was the magic cube. And after the magic cube appeared, a red-clothed little girl sat atop the surface of the magic cube, her legs crossed together. She had a cute and lovely smile on her face as she sweetly called out, "Big brother Lin, Ruby, come and help me to subdue Famine's soul." Lin Ming said, his complexion dignified. Reading through Famine's memories wouldn't be easy at all. Okay. Ruby immediately nodded. Without further ado, she turned into a beam of light that wrapped around the magic cube, sending it slowly floating up. Lin Ming also poured his soul force into the magic cube. The magic cube emitted a pitch-black divine light. This divine light became increasingly bright as energy gathered, until it finally reached the limit of what Lin Ming could withstand. In that moment, Lin Ming bellowed out loud. A beam of divine light shot out from the sides of the magic cube, firing right into Famine's soul. Kyla. As if being cut open by some sharp divine knife, Famine's soul suddenly quivered. A massive gap had been cut into it. Soul force gushed out from this gap. Without hesitation, Lin Ming grasped the magic cube and waved his hand. A black vortex swept out from the magic cube, directly absorbing all of this soul force that leaked out from Famine's soul. Soul force condensed within the magic cube. Like water vapor turning into ice crystals, the soul force became tiny fragments. These fragments were black, as if they were dark crystals. Lin Ming continued to stimulate the magic cube until he cancelled out the spirit marks in these fragments and turned them into pure ownerless memories. Then, Lin Ming steadied his breath and began reading through them. These memories came from all the intelligent life forms that Famine had swallowed during its existence, and these weren't Famine's original memories. Although there were many cultivation methods, laws, mystic realm information, array formation techniques, alchemy techniques, refiner techniques, and so forth contained within, none of this was meaningful to Lin Ming. He discarded these memories, leaving behind only their purest soul essence. Then, he poured this soul essence into his spiritual sea to expand his own soul force. The remnants that he couldn't absorb were returned to Famine's soul. This was to make sure not to waste anything. Then, Lin Ming activated the magic cube again. He sliced open Famine's soul, taking out another portion of Famine's memories to read. This was already the most reasonable method to search memories that Lin Ming could come up with. Although this method wasn't too efficient, it was all Lin Ming could do due to the limits of his strength. Time after time, Lin Ming felt himself nearly overdrawing his soul force with each try. Ruby was also covered with sweat and her face was flushed red. It was clear she was consuming a great deal of energy. Lin Ming grit his teeth and cut out another part of Famine's memories, then said to Ruby, "Ruby, let's stop for today. Take a rest and we will continue tomorrow. We can take this slowly. Some things may take time, but even if mortals wish to move mountains they will eventually be moved." Millimeter. Ruby nodded. She was a life form condensed from the magic cube and had a special attachment towards Lin Ming. To be able to help Lin Ming made her feel very happy. Lin Ming patted Ruby's head and then let her return to the magic cube to rest. As for Lin Ming's soul form, he entered the magic cube and started to read these last memories. Originally, he didn't have much hope that he would discover anything of interest. But he never thought that he would be pleasantly surprised as he read through these memories. In searching through these ownerless memory fragments, he finally found memories belonging to Famine itself. These memories were related to the written language of the Abyssals. In other words, Abyssal texts. This was an incredibly old and mysterious writing system, one which even far surpassed that of the ancient god race. The amount of history contained within these words left Lin Ming stunned. Every word was heavy and complex. Rather, these weren't words at all, but a type of law rune. To use law runes as words, this was a bit unbelievable. This was because when it came to law runes, and in particular high-level law runes, it was extremely difficult for ordinary martial artists to understand them. In other words, the writings within Famine's memories were a type of language system used amongst the upper echelon existences of the Dark Abyss. They weren't something that ordinary abyssals could understand. As Lin Ming looked at these writings, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. He had seen these writings before. With his thoughts racing, Lin Ming stepped forwards and arrived somewhere else in the magic cube. A black book slowly floated in front of him. This black book was the one he had obtained from Imperial Prince Shishan. Shishan was one of the 5 saint generals and he had been captured by Lin Ming. But unfortunately for him, his luck was poor and his master was the good fortune saint sovereign. Lin Ming had an undying hatred with the good fortune Saint Sovereign, thus it was naturally impossible for him to let Shishan go. Even at this point, Shishan was still being controlled by Lin Ming and believed that he was Lin Ming's most loyal servant. But Shishan didn't understand much about the Black Book. He only knew that this was something he obtained from the Primeval Realm ruins, and that book contained an infinite demonic charm. It could even be used as a weapon. But as for what contents were recorded inside, Shishan wasn't sure, and in fact, Shishan hadn't even been able to open the Black Book. Lin Ming confessed that he could be considered a knowledgeable individual with a vast understanding of many ancient inheritances. Yet, even he couldn't decipher the complex texts atop the Black Book. It was only now, after reading a part of Famin's memories, that he realized the mystical writings atop the surface of the Black Book were actually the language of the Abyssals, and one that had extremely high-level abyssal words that were incredibly difficult to grasp. They could be called runes of demon laws. Lin Ming might have an outstanding memory, but he still wasn't able to fully memorize these law runes. He could only compare the information within the memory fragments, slowly deciphering the words on the Black Book a little at a time. Lin Ming, what is it? Above the Black Book was a great seal. This was the array formation laid down by the ancient Elysium seal. Before, because Lin Ming felt that this Black Book was too strange and bizarre, he had suppressed it with the ancient Elysium seal. Now, as the ancient Elysium seal saw the light in Lin Ming's eyes, it couldn't help but ask this question. Senior, this junior has read through some of Famin's memories and am now able to read a part of the contents of this Black Book. Oh! The ancient Elysium seal's mind shook. So this ancient Black Book that it had sealed was actually from the Dark Abyss. Moreover, it possessed abyssal writings. As the ancient Elysium seal suppressed this Black Book for these past several months, it faintly understood just how terrifying it was. This was not a true divinity spirit treasure, but simply a letter. A letter, just by relying on the writings on laws contained within, could achieve a might similar to a true divinity spirit treasure and be used to suppress one's enemies. This was simply unimaginable. What did you read? The ancient Elysium seal asked with a dignified expression. Whenever the intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens mentioned the abyssals, they always felt a deep sense of fear. For numerous billions of years, the Dark Abyss had been completely isolated from the 33 heavens. However, people could still find all sorts of clues that indicated there was some terrifying existence within the Dark Abyss. The Dark Abyss was deep and infinite. The strength hidden within might even surpass the sum total of all intelligent life in the 33 heavens by several times over. Just a single Famin that came out was so terrifying. Who knew what rank of existence Famin was considered amongst the abyssals? I'm still reading. Lin Ming said, all of his attention focused on each word. He felt that this Black Book wasn't a cultivation method, but as for what it was, he wasn't sure. I can only make out a few characters. What are they? The first character is Famin. Chapter 2069, Lin Ming battles Soaring Feather. Chapter 2069, Lin Ming battles Soaring Feather. Famin. Hearing this word, the ancient Elysium seal was stunned. Could this mysterious book originate from Famin, thus Famin's name was placed atop it? This character Famin seems to correspond to an abyssal word, a kind of foundational demon law. Lin Ming quietly said as he looked at the mysterious abyssal characters on the cover. What are the next characters? Deep. Eon. Lin Ming pronounced. These words were based on Famin's memories. In truth, there was no word that could be found in the human language which corresponded to these characters. Deep and Eon, without a doubt, these were also characters that corresponded to foundational demon laws. When these three characters joined together, Lin Ming formed a strange association. I feel that Deep and Eon perhaps stand alongside Famin. Millimeter. The ancient Elysium seal's thoughts stirred. Lin Ming thought for a moment. I have a feeling that each of the most foundational demon law marks in the abyssal language corresponds to a powerful abyssal demon. And Famin is only one of them. This cover has two other characters, Deep and Eon, and these should also correspond to extremely terrifying existences similar to Famin. They are abyssal totems, but I wonder just where these other two totems are. They might be hiding in the dark abyss, or maybe they already died. As Lin Ming spoke, the ancient Elysium seal froze. Lin Ming's speculations were not without reason, but if these speculations were true, this was disastrous news. Just famine itself was already so terrifying. Moreover, famine's divine soul had been sealed by Empyrean divine seal 6 billion years ago, and that was the only reason Lin Ming had been able to use the magic cube to subdue it. Otherwise, if Lin Ming were to face famine in its peak state, he would have died. Such powerful abyssal demons, how many could there be? The ancient Elysium seal's voice was heavy. I don't know, but there shouldn't be many. At the very least, not more than can be counted on a hand, or maybe just a bit more than that. And this book cover only records 3 of them. Lin Ming continued sifting through the other characters on the cover. He believed that as he further unraveled famine's memories, he would eventually be able to open this mysterious ancient abyssal book and explore the secrets inside. This was highly important to the future development of the 33 heavens for all intelligent life. The abyssals were like fierce tigers perched just outside the 33 heavens, making it so that Lin Ming found it difficult to feel at ease. After this, Lin Ming entered seclusion. He explored famine's memories every day. Slowly, he was able to read more and more things. But his time was too limited. As Lin Ming was in seclusion, although he managed to decipher some contents, he still wasn't able to open the mysterious ancient book. This left Lin Ming puzzled. Just what was this ancient book? It didn't seem like some cultivation method, so could it be only a book that recorded the history of the abyssals? If a history book was written, it was written for the future generations to see. Was it necessary to use the most complex and difficult to understand abyssal characters to write it? Perhaps only high-level abyssal figures would be able to read this type of lore writing. Lin Ming had all sorts of doubts swirling in his heart. He faintly felt that there was some important secret recorded in this ancient demon book, and to himself, it was inestimably valuable. Time passed day after day. After the 10th day passed, the time approached for Lin Ming to face his second battle. In this battle he would fight Soaring Feather God King. This was a critical battle. Lin Ming had a premonition that Soaring Feather God King was far more powerful than Astral Vault God King. This battle would not be easy. On the last day, Lin Ming no longer probed famine's soul. Rather, he adjusted his condition to its peak state. On the day of the battle, the human martial artists within the Hidden Dragon Galaxy gathered outside the star territory where Lin Ming and Soaring Feather God King would fight. Divine Dream, Emperor Sokia, Skyrend Godlord, everyone stood at the front of the battlefield, waiting to witness this historical moment. Force fields were already arranged behind them. Besides Empyrean Divine Dream helping, the other Empyreans also contributed in forming great array formations. These array formations were divided into dozens of different regions. The human fleets and the millions of human elites were dispersed throughout these regions. From there, they would be protected by the array formations and it would be much safer for them. All of the human martial artists were seething with excitement. To watch a battle between true divinity-level opponents was an incredible lucky chance. For those with amazing talent, they would be able to comprehend many things. Humanity only had a single true divinity in Divine Dream. Yet, within a short period of 10 days they were able to witness 2 continuous true divinity-level battles. This was simply unthinkable for the young elites. At this time, hundreds of miles in front of Divine Dream, Lin Ming was floating high in the void. The black dragon spear was carried on his back, its sharp point reflecting a cold starlight. Brother Lin. From afar, Xiao Moxian could see Lin Ming's figure. Although they were separated by a great distance, Xiao Moxian could see every minute detail on Lin Ming's face. This battle against Soaring Feather placed a tremendous pressure upon Xiao Moxian. Since she cared about Lin Ming, it was naturally hard for her to feel at ease. Nearby Xiao Moxian, Mu Chenyu, Qin Xingxuan, and the others also watched with tightened hearts. As Lin Ming felt the gazes of these women on him, he turned and glanced at them, revealing a faint smile. "I'm fine," Lin Ming lightly said. If he didn't fight against Soaring Feather, then no one knew what the result would be. However, no matter what happened, he would not perish here today. Even if he lost, It would only mean a greater burden for humanity and a delay on their plans to retake the divine realm. Xiao Moxian nodded. Everyone waited. Soaring Feather was a punctual individual. Just a brief moment before the agreed time, a thick pall of feathers rained down from the starry skies. These feathers fluttered in front of Lin Ming, reflecting the vast starlight, as beautiful as a dream. Lin Ming quietly drew out the black dragon spear, his gaze much sharper. Soaring Feather had arrived. She came like a ghost deep in the night, emerging from thin air in front of Lin Ming. All the feathers gathered around her, condensing and forming rainbow-hued energies. Soaring Feather reached out a hand and stroked this energy before pulling out a long sword. This sword was only 2 inches wide, but the blade was extremely long, a full 6 feet in length. Moreover, the blade was supple and soft, as if it wasn't solid at all. When Soaring Feather pulled out this sword, the blade didn't swing, but writhed about like flowing blue water. It was clear this sword represented the extremities of soft flexibility. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at this sword. There was no true divinity whose weapon could be underestimated. Astral Volt's Darkstar sword had also startled Lin Ming. In particular, the saints guarded the Primeval Realm ruins, so how could the saint true divinities not have obtained some fierce spirit treasures from those ruins? The atmosphere became stagnant. Several hundred miles away, the millions of human elites watched without uttering a single sound. As they gazed upon this true divinity-level battle that was about to begin, all of them held their breath. This was a battle that concerned the destiny of humanity. It was natural for them to be nervous. In today's battle, I will lay witness to your future. Come, make your move, Soaring Feather lightly said. Lin Ming didn't delay. He focused his aura and the energy within his body began to surge. Behind Lin Ming, the faint phantom of a Supreme appeared. This Supreme stood tall and proud with no expression on its face. A vast and boundless aura gushed out from its entire being, as if it looked down upon the world with cold indifference. After this Supreme Phantom appeared, Lin Ming's aura changed, becoming incredibly deep and gargantuan, as if his laws stood evenly with the heavenly Tao. He stepped forwards, treading upon the stars. The black dragon spear seemed to turn into a divine dragon as it howled outward. The distance between the two could be crossed in less than an instant. Lin Ming's spear pierced through the impediment of space, seeming to instantly appear in front of Soaring Feather God King thrusting straight towards her head. Feeling this cold spear light, Soaring Feather didn't even bat an eyelash. She gently waved her sword, the wave-like sword rolling towards the black dragon spear. Compared to the overwhelmingly tyrannical black dragon spear, Soaring Feather God King's soft sword seemed far too weak and underwhelming. But when the spear and sword intersected, a brilliant rainbow-hued divine light erupted. Bang! Energy blasted outwards as a terrifying impact spread out from the divine light, as if countless golden swords were shooting out in all directions. Space was recklessly torn apart like decrepit paintings beneath the aftershocks of energy. Divine light dazzled the world, blinding those who watched. And at this time, Lin Ming and Soaring Feather hurtled towards each other. Like this, the great true divinity-level battle had begun. Chapter 2070, To Wear Away Rock with Water. Chapter 2070, To Wear Away Rock with Water. Waves of energy soared into the air, as if the galaxy were collapsing. Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear, a profile of epic daring. Lin Ming had poured a terrifying amount of his bodily strength into every spear strike. With loud crackling noises, Lin Ming began to grow. Black scales and bone armor started covering his body. He had activated the Azura blood. After Lin Ming broke into the Empyrean realm, galvanizing the power of the Azura blood wouldn't create too much of a burden on his body. In the past he only used the power of the Azura blood when he was going all out. Hu! Lin Ming waved his spear, the sight like a heaven-supporting pillar falling down. This wild strength was accompanied by endless black thunder, carrying with it starlight of the highest heavens and the momentum of the strike seeming as if it could cleave apart rivers of stars. Soaring Feather wasn't flustered. She released the sword in her hands and welcomed Lin Ming's strike. The black dragon spear against the soft sword. No matter who was watching, this seemed like a completely disproportionate collision. Due to the disadvantage of her weapon, everyone thought that soaring feather god king would avoid Lin Ming's strike. However, she didn't do so. "Be careful of a spiritual attack," someone shouted out from the human forces. This was also what many other human martial artists were thinking. No one believed that Soaring Feather's soft sword would be able to occupy any advantage when colliding with the Black Dragon spear. Everyone knew that Soaring Feather God King was extremely strong. However, in their thoughts, Soaring Feather was someone who cultivated essence and divine. From the different forms of combat she had revealed and her form of weapon, they all assumed that she had extremely high attainments in the aspect of souls, illusions, and mental strength. However, when it came to body transformation, she was simply a slender and delicate woman, and people didn't believe that she excelled much in this domain. At the very least, she wouldn't be able to compare with Lin Ming. In particular, the current Lin Ming had activated the Azura blood and was utilizing the strength of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. But even so, Soaring Feather God King was meeting Lin Ming head-on. The only possible explanation for this was that there were profound and complex principles hidden within Soaring Feather God King's attack. Even Lin Ming also instantly made defense preparations for his spiritual sea. He wouldn't allow his enemy any openings. However, when the soft sword clashed with the Black Dragon spear, Lin Ming's complexion changed. Soaring Feather simply didn't attach any soul attack to her sword. Rather, she used absolute strength and skill to frontally collide with him. If the strength of the Black Dragon spear was a meteor that crashed into the earth, capable of easily annihilating mountains and puncturing through the world, then the strength of Soaring Feather's soft sword was like a profoundly deep sea, capable of unparalleled accommodation of force. Even if a meteor were to strike the sea, although it would create wild explosions and summon great tsunamis, it would still be extremely difficult to truly blow up a sea. As long as the explosion of the meteor finished, then the sea waves would draw back and the sea would be the same as before. Now, Soaring Feather God King's astral essence gave Lin Ming such a feeling. The moment the Black Dragon spear clashed with the soft sword, Soaring Feather's astral essence was shaken away by Lin Ming's violent and limitless strength. The Black Dragon spear continued driving forwards, smashing into the soft sword until it curved. However, the soft sword gave but did not break, and Soaring Feather was also like a piece of cotton in the wind, blown away by the fierce energy storm of the Black Dragon spear. However, the moment Lin Ming's strength pushed in and was about to strike Soaring Feather, her astral essence returned. Not only did it return, but it carried with it a portion of Lin Ming's strength and instantly submerged the power of divinity carried by the Black Dragon spear. This was just like the sea water submerging the meteor that crashed into the sea. Bang! A brutal and crazy eruption exploded outwards. Lin Ming's strength rapidly shattered away, creating a dazzling brilliance. However, Soaring Feather wasn't wounded at all. Instead, the moment Lin Ming's strength scattered away, Soaring Feather's 6-foot-long soft sword seemed to turn into a spirit snake that slithered up the Black Dragon spear and cut towards Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming's palm was as hard as divine iron. But he didn't doubt that as long as he was cut by this sword, then perhaps even his hand would be severed. Soaring Feather's strength contained a sort of opportunistic and unyielding strength, the kind of laws that allowed water to wear away rock. Without hesitation, Lin Ming held the spear in his right hand and used his left to smash at the soft sword that was crawling up the Black Dragon spear. Catcher! Lin Ming's fist smashed into the ridge of the soft sword. This was where a sword was most fragile and where it had the least striking power. But even so, the ridge of Soaring Feather's soft sword couldn't be underestimated. The moment Lin Ming's fist struck the sword ridge, trillions of motes of the power of divinity rushed in before exploding with the power of vibration. Such powerful vibrations could turn any true divinity spirit treasure that didn't have energy poured into it into powder. It directly blasted away Soaring Feather's 6-foot-long soft sword. Lin Ming pulled his spear and flew backwards. His left fist was covered in blood. The vibration just now was called flow like silk. It was a technique that Lin Ming had learned at the start of his road of martial arts, from a divine realm body transformation cultivation method. In the past, Lin Ming's body-tearing bone-shattering fist had similar effects from different methods with that strike just then. The Great Tao was limitless. The vibration laws might not be some profound law, but if used correctly, it could still play a role even in a true divinity-level battle. When a person had a blood-sucking leech attached to their leg, it was difficult to pull off. Even after ripping off the leech, its fangs would still be sucking blood. But, using vibration to free it was easier. With enough correct slaps on the leg, the leech would fall off. In that moment, Lin Ming had used the powerful force of vibrations to push off the soft sword that had wrapped around his black dragon spear. Otherwise he would have been forced to abandon his spear. Lin Ming and Soaring Feather drew back from each other, thousands of feet away. Soaring Feather held her soft sword, her expression indifferent. The sword still swung about like a reed in a river, not suffering any stress at all. But the combat strength it could display left one frightened. Depending on how Soaring Feather used her astral essence, it could become soft, it could become sharp, it could become hard. All sorts of changes were possible with just a thought. Seeing this, the human martial artists were worried. This battle was too important, and the strength Soaring Feather showed so far was too great. She hadn't even used her divine feather force field, nor had she revealed her soul force combat methods. If Soaring Feather used all of her strength to fight, then her combat methods would change without end, making it nearly impossible to guard against. In this sort of situation, it was unknown whether or not Lin Ming could win. Soaring Feather was clearly much more formidable than Astral Vault. 10 days ago, when Lin Ming defeated Astral Vault, it hadn't been a suspenseful victory. However, when considering it carefully, it was related to Lin Ming's planning and Astral Vault's mistakes. This was because Astral Vault had lacked information on his opponent before the battle began. In the most crucial moment, Astral Vault hadn't recognized Lin Ming's avatar and had used the majority of his strength to deal with Lin Ming's Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. A single wrong chess move and the entire game falls apart. Lin Ming had seized this chance to push forwards. He gathered all his avatars and struck again and again, leaving Astral Vault God King no chance to catch his breath. Finally, the result of all these attacks was that Astral Vault God King had momentarily used up the power of his blood energy, and he was eventually defeated because of this. But Soaring Feather clearly wouldn't make such a mistake. She was a calm and intelligent fighter. If Lin Ming wanted to defeat her, he would have to rely on absolute strength to directly suppress her. How could he accomplish this? Lin Ming. Xiao Moxian looked towards Lin Ming and bit her lips. Not too far away, Empyrean Vast Universe clenched his fists, worried. Hundreds of miles away, everyone's eyes were fixed upon a single figure. At this time, in the starry skies, Lin Ming took a deep breath. He slowly undid the body transformation of the Azura blood. The 9 stars behind him also dimmed a great deal. Seeing this, the audience was shocked. After undergoing body metamorphosis, Lin Ming still wasn't able to obtain the advantage. Then, wouldn't his situation be much worse after undoing his body metamorphosis? What is Lin Ming doing? I have no idea. No one thought that Lin Ming would give up. He wasn't such a person. Then, this could only mean that he had some other plan. Soaring Feather looked at Lin Ming, a smile on the corners of her lips. Saving your strength. It was hard to tell whether Soaring Feather's words were praising or mocking. Lin Ming indifferently said, "You are borrowing strength to fight strength. I naturally wouldn't be so idiotic as to give you more strength to borrow. You truly have extraordinary achievements in the body transformation technique and have surpassed my expectations. But there is something that I am sure of. In truth, your body transformation technique walks the road of law. In terms of absolute cultivation of body transformation, you are inferior to Astral Vault God King." The saint race's body transformation was also one of the 33 heavenly Taos. However, the change of laws involved in it were far inferior to humanity's 9 divine shifts. Thus, in terms of laws, humanity always felt superior and believed that the saints were nothing but brutish and simple-minded fellows whose only advantage was well-developed bodies. As for the saints, they took pride in their body transformation technique that allowed them to engage others in honest and straightforward combat, frontally colliding with each other. At the same time, the saints also felt that human martial artists only had flowery fists and fancy footwork, all show and no true strength, a bunch of little women in disguise. But today, beneath Soaring Feather's hands, The saint race's body transformation technique was clearly not such an example. She had introduced far more variation and laws into the saint race's body transformation technique, forging her own road. To wear away rock with water, to take all opportune chances with the least effort, these things didn't seem to involve the most profound of laws, but if utilized in a true divinity-level fight by a true divinity to a high degree, then everything became different. This was like using simple lever principles to tilt a planet. Lin Ming was surprised, but he still maintained his original judgment. In the end, Soaring Feather God King was still a delicate woman, and it was exactly because she was weak in the aspect of body transformation that she had to walk the road of wearing away rock with water, to borrow strength to fight strength. If she had absolute strength herself, why would she need to borrow strength from others? Facing such a soaring feather, Lin Ming no longer went all out with his strength. Rather, he chose to use skill to win. If he wanted to use strength alone to win, he could only rely on an overwhelmingly massive eruption to do so. But if he used a smaller portion of his strength, then he could better control his abilities and reach the peak of his skill. At this time, 3 avatars appeared behind Lin Ming. These avatars each held spears. The spears were all peak Empyrean spirit treasures obtained from Saint Empyreans that Lin Ming had killed. Since Soaring Feather already knew of the existences of these 3 avatars, it was impossible to hide them. If using these avatars in a sneak attack was meaningless, then he might as well openly and honestly take them out. These 3 avatars and Lin Ming's main body spread out around Soaring Feather God King. Soaring Feather God King's slender eyes suddenly narrowed. Chapter 2071, Spiritual Storm. Chapter 2071, Spiritual Storm. Lin Ming moved, his true self taking the lead. He grasped the black dragon spear and shook it. OM. With a clarion sound, the black dragon spear's point began to violently tremble. The 2-inch wide spear head seemed to swing like a great flower beneath this wild shaking. Because of the high-speed vibration, countless spear head phantoms connected together, making it seem 3 feet in size. The vibrational force contained within the spear shaft was extremely terrifying. This was especially true in a divine weapon like the Black Dragon Spear. With the massive vibration potential contained within it, if it were to strike an Empyrean spirit treasure, it could directly shake that Empyrean spirit treasure to pieces. Not just that, but the vibrating Black Dragon Spear made its spear point blurrier. If the spear struck out, it would be impossible to tell where the spearhead's true position was. Seeing this blurry spear point, astonishment flashed in Soaring Feather God King's face. When facing this black dragon spear whose position was difficult to determine, wanting to wrap her soft sword around it would be much more difficult. The black dragon spear swept out in a bizarre arcing curve, and at the end of this curve was Soaring Feather God King's throat. Soaring Feather rapidly drew backwards, but at this time she felt a thick killing intent to her side. One on the left and one on the right, a blue-clothed Lin Ming and a purple-clothed Lin Ming both rushed towards her. The trajectories of the 2 spears crossed together. The only difference was that the purple-clothed Lin Ming's spear was much slower, and the blue-clothed Lin Ming's spear's speed was incredibly fast. One slow, one fast, the 2 spears gave off entirely different feelings. However, what was hard to believe was that even though these 2 spears had different speeds, they clearly kept pace with each other. As they pierced out together, the fast spear didn't fly ahead and the slow spear didn't fall behind. This was the confusing feeling of extreme space and time. It was clear that these 2 spears contained the time laws, in other words, the concept of alacrity and the concept of stagnation. Unless one understood their mysteries, they were nearly impossible to fend off. Soaring Feather God King certainly understood the laws of space and time. However, the key problem here was that these weren't just the laws of space and time. And at this time, the black-clothed Lin Ming also attacked. He was located to the rear of Soaring Feather God King. A spear thrust straight towards her back. This spear contained the power of vibration from flow like silk. Trillions of tiny energy bundles roared out together, like endless waves of tsunamis. The 4 Lin Mings attacked together, 4 different laws all blocking off Soaring Feather. Since Soaring Feather God King could borrow strength to fight strength, using absolute strength to defeat her was impossible. If so, Then Lin Ming would simply contend with Soaring Feather using his skills instead. Lin Ming's skills and fighting methods could be called infinitely variable. In addition, with his 3 avatars supporting him, he could reach the peak in this aspect. Soaring Feather may have been fierce, and perhaps she could easily and calmly diffuse the techniques of Lin Ming or his avatars if they came at her alone, but when facing them all together, this was a different story. Soaring Feather focused her thoughts. From between her eyebrows, 10,000 rays of light seemed to bloom. Bright and dazzling kaleidoscopic feathers fluttered out, forming an absolute force field around her. Soaring Feather had finally used her divine feather force field. Bang! The 4 Lin Ming's attacks smashed into the force field. For a time, the force field wildly trembled. A terrifying energy erupted outwards, turning into gorgeous fireworks in the darkness of space that illuminated the void for 1,000,000 miles. Seeing this, many human martial artists let out a sigh of relief. Soaring Feather God King had finally been forced to use her force field. If Lin Ming's all-out strength couldn't force Soaring Feather God King to use her divine feather force field, then he would lose without a doubt. As Lin Ming saw the divine feather force field appear, he roared out loud. A black Azura phantom appeared behind him. This Azura phantom was covered in an armor of shadows, and its eyes shined like bright stars. The moment that the Azura phantom appeared, Lin Ming's 3 avatars also gathered around him. In each of their palms, a mystical ancient wheel appeared. These 3 wheels originated from the Azura heavenly Tao. They united together, forming an ancient wheel of destiny that bombarded the divine feather force field. Open! Lin Ming bellowed. With a loud bang, the divine feather force field was forcibly torn open by Lin Ming. Thick feathers recklessly fell down. Lin Ming grasped his spear and stepped forwards in space. His speed was incredibly fast, his spear point thrusting straight towards Soaring Feather's chest. But at the same time, the black dragon spear violently vibrated in his hands, making it nearly impossible to determine its true path. Seeing this, surprise flashed through Soaring Feather God King's eyes. But soon this surprise morphed into a cold killing intent. In an instant, her pupils vanished from her eyes, turning completely white. An infinite white storm surged out from her body. This was a spiritual storm. In Soaring Feather God King's hands, an originally invisible spiritual storm actually manifested into tangible reality. Gusts of strong winds were like dancing silver snakes. They howled and bared their teeth as they rushed out from this divine light and towards Lin Ming. Spiritual attack. Soaring Feather God King had finally used her secret spiritual attack techniques. Everyone had already guessed by now that Soaring Feather God King actually had astonishing talent in the soul forging system. As for the body transformation system, that was where she was weaker. Now, Soaring Feather God King finally used the power of her spiritual sea. This also proved that Soaring Feather God King was beginning to treat this battle with earnest, or perhaps she was even already going all out. As long as Lin Ming could guarantee that he didn't lose, then he would win this battle. But as for how terrifying Soaring Feather God King's spiritual storm was, no one knew. Whether or not Lin Ming could defend against this spiritual storm, no one knew this either. Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, all those people that were closely related to Lin Ming currently had palms wet with sweat. This was what others meant when they said concern turned the heart to chaos. Even if someone told them that Lin Ming wouldn't suffer any truly life-threatening danger even if he was defeated, the sight of this spiritual attack left them unable to compose themselves. After all, a divine soul attack was far more terrifying than a material attack. If one wasn't careful, there would be permanent damage caused to one's spiritual sea. The spiritual storm swept outwards, but Lin Ming didn't retreat. The Davik I Dao Palace had reappeared between his eyebrows and he had activated the all-existence to void state of the 3 lives pupils. He was like a sparrow shuttling through the storm, a fish swimming against the stream. Whoosh! A gust of the spiritual storm whipped towards Lin Ming like a silver snake. Lin Ming didn't dodge or evade, instead grasping his black dragon spear and bringing it chopping down. With his black dragon spear, he contended with this manifested spiritual attack. All of the martial artists watching this battle, in particular the human Empyreans, held their breath. According to common knowledge, it was nearly impossible to rely on a material attack to defend against an invisible and intangible spiritual attack. There were only some defensive spiritual-type magic tools that had such an effect. Or, a martial artist could pour their own soul force into their attack. This was tantamount to fighting divine soul against divine soul. But, a battle between divine souls was incredibly risky. When two such forces met, it was natural for the stronger side to win. Moreover, the victorious side could even suppress the other side's soul force into their spiritual sea, causing an even greater attack. Now, Lin Ming used the Black Dragon Spear to attack Soaring Feather God King's spiritual force. This was the same as using his soul force to directly contend with Soaring Feather God King. No one knew just how formidable Lin Ming's spiritual sea was. But as for Soaring Feather, the strength of her divine soul had already become deeply rooted in the hearts of all present. Although all of them fervently prayed for Lin Ming and supported him, if they had to look at soul force alone, it seemed that Soaring Feather was absolutely above Lin Ming. The moment that Black Dragon Spear collided with the spiritual storm, even Empyrean Divine Dream started to revolve her energy to prevent any dire accidents from occurring. But then an unexpected scene left everyone dumbfounded. Bang! With a loud explosion, the giant silver dragon soaring through the air was cut apart by Lin Ming's Black Dragon Spear. Everyone was bewildered. Before they could respond, all they saw was a silver light as countless law runes appeared in the skies. These law runes came in a rainbow hue of colors, all of them brimming with a gentle ethereal air. It was clear that these law runes came from Soaring Feather God King. The spiritual strength runes contained within the silver dragon had been scattered by Lin Ming. At that moment, Soaring Feather God King furrowed her eyebrows. She had felt that in that strike just now, although it appeared Lin Ming was casually attacking, the truth was that there was a highly compressed soul force contained in his strike. Lin Ming had compressed his soul force into a knife point. He pushed forwards with his attack, and instead of following up with another blow towards her, he instead attacked at the weakest point of the laws within the spiritual storm. If Lin Ming didn't have an incomparably deep understanding towards Soaring Feather's cultivation method, then no matter how talented he was, he would never have been able to achieve this. Feather conversion art. Soaring Feather God King's eyes blazed with an icy light as she glared at Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming had opened the Davik Idao Palace and was maintaining the state of all existence to void. He returned her gaze. From my disciple's mouth you obtained a part of the feather conversion art and even absorbed the lifeblood essence sealed in the feather. Such a method, how honorable of you. Thinking that her own life feather had been absorbed by Lin Ming, Soaring Feather was enraged to the extreme and began mocking him. Several months ago when Lin Ming subdued Fairy Blue Lotus, he had unsealed Soaring Feather God King's life feather and also ordered Fairy Blue Lotus to hand over the most core true divinity level cultivation method of Soaring Feather God King, the feather conversion art. After that, he spent a great period of time studying this cultivation method. However, Lin Ming didn't train in this cultivation method, nor did he have the time or energy to cultivate it to a high boundary. But, just understanding it, and in particular understanding its weaknesses, wasn't difficult at all. This was especially true with such a loyal servant like Fairy Blue Lotus at his side. She had iterated all of her comprehensions in the feather conversion to him, and there weren't many secrets left in the first several levels afterwards. Not just that, but the life feather that Soaring Feather had left Fairy Blue Lotus had a part of the law runes from her feather conversion art. Lin Ming had taken in these law runes and analyzed them. Now, when Lin Ming and Soaring Feather God King fought, it would be fine if she didn't use the feather conversion art. But once she used the feather conversion art, Lin Ming would be able to use the Three Lives pupils and Davik Idao Palace to rapidly understand the laws distributed throughout Soaring Feather's attack methods, and then use his understanding of the feather conversion art to take the initiative against her. This was also one of the great assurances that Lin Ming used to fight Soaring Feather. Chapter 2072, The All-Out Soaring Feather. Chapter 2072, The All-Out Soaring Feather. Facing Soaring Feather God King's question, Lin Ming remained composed as usual. He said, "When I controlled your precious disciple and made her hand over the feather conversion art, this method was indeed not honorable. But, the first time I fought Fairy Blue Lotus I only had a half-step Empyrean cultivation, yet the trump card she took out was your incarnation. And just when I broke through to the Empyrean realm, what I had to face was your true self. So, I was compelled to take certain means, but it wasn't what I hoped for. Lin Ming's words caused Soaring Feather God King to choke on what she was about to say. Indeed, Lin Ming's methods weren't honorable, but she with her true divinity realm cultivation was fighting a junior who had just broken into the Empyrean realm. This was the difference of an entire large boundary, and this by itself made all her talk about honor in martial arts ridiculous to begin with. But in truth, this was also because Lin Ming's strength had already reached the level of a true divinity. Subconsciously no one considered him a mere Empyrean, thus the way they spoke to him also changed. Soaring Feather looked at Lin Ming, her eyes dropping in temperature with every passing moment. She reached out a hand and her sword disappeared. It had clearly been taken back into her spatial ring. She no longer planned to use her weapon. This startled Lin Ming. The many human martial artists watching were also puzzled. But, there was one thing they were certain about, and it was that if Soaring Feather put away her weapon, it certainly wasn't because she was being modest. Rather, she was about to go all out, and she had an even stronger card in her hand. Everyone watched with bated breath as they waited for Soaring Feather to make her move. Slowly, a ghostly blue light covered Soaring Feather God King. Her divine feather force field also became much more formidable. Woo, woo, woo. Circles of spiritual storms scattered out from Soaring Feather God King. This was the same feather conversion art, but it actually involved higher-level laws and techniques. The feather conversion art was Soaring Feather God King's unique cultivation method, but it wasn't something that she created by herself. In fact, in this world, for the martial arts civilization to develop to such a vibrant degree, there was no high-level cultivation method which existed that was created from nothing. Instead they were created on the foundations of their predecessors, a comprehensive synthesis of the previous knowledge. For instance, one could relate this to the development of mortal civilizations. It was impossible for a primitive tribe to evolve in a single year to the point where they could construct wondrous imperial palaces. This was the reason why inheritances were important. The feather conversion art was the result of its predecessors. Of course, Soaring Feather God King was the master who had brought it to a whole new level and had improved it by adding in her own understandings. And although Soaring Feather God King had passed down the feather conversion art to Fairy Blue Lotus without reserve, ultimately Fairy Blue Lotus was limited in her ability to comprehend. As for the final level of the feather conversion art, Fairy Blue Lotus didn't understand it, thus she wasn't able to repeat it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming, you are truly strong, but in my opinion, you with your recently achieved Empyrean cultivation pose far less of a threat to me than Divine Dream. I do fear you, but what I fear is only your future. As for now, the one I care about is Divine Dream. As Soaring Feather God King spoke, her eyes gently turned, arriving onto Divine Dream who stood several hundred miles away. Divine Dream was millions of years younger than her. She could be called a rare heaven-gifted genius. Moreover, in their long battle, Soaring Feather God King had been unable to fully understand Divine Dream, nor was she able to figure out what other means of combat Divine Dream possessed. However, she could confirm one thing, and that was that it wasn't easy to do anything in front of her. For instance, it would have been impossible to kill the half-step Empyrean Lin Ming in her presence. But, what Soaring Feather God King didn't expect was that the cards she held back in her battle against Divine Dream would actually be forced out in her battle with Lin Ming. Soaring Feather laid her hands out flat. Beautiful feathers appeared on her arms. I never imagined that in this battle against you I would be pushed to this degree, where I will have to use the final level of the feather conversion art. As Soaring Feather spoke, her body shined with a rainbow-hued divine light. Then, more and more brilliant feathers appeared on her body. Even on her face all sorts of feather-shaped curse seals appeared. Hooala! With a ripping sound, the clothes on Soaring Feather God King's back were torn apart and two massive pure white wings unfurled. These wings were each the height of an adult man and her wingspan surpassed 20 feet. They were also 5 feet long. If she pulled them together, she could easily wrap them around her body. Lin Ming was startled. Soaring Feather actually had wings? These weren't wings formed from energy, but true wings of flesh and blood. This was the strength of her bloodline. With her wings gently flapping, Soaring Feather stood steady in the void. As she wore her snow-white dress coordinated with those wings, she seemed like a beautiful angel exiled from the highest heavens. It wasn't just Lin Ming, but the human martial artists were also stunned. Yet this wasn't the end, but just the beginning. After those wings appeared, luminous tail feathers stretched out from behind Soaring Feather God King. These tail feathers were 30 feet long, like the tail feathers of a phoenix. But these feathers were different from those of a phoenix. No one had ever seen anything like them. Tail feather after tail feather extended outwards, glorious and sharp. Soaring Feather God King's body gradually faded away. She was completely wrapped in those feathers, turning into a 7-colored divine luan. Millimeter. Lin Ming was startled. Soaring Feather God King was just like Xiao Moxian and also possessed a half-god-beast bloodline relationship. Lin Ming didn't know if this was a god-beast in the traditional sense, but what he was sure of was that the bloodline intensity of this 7-colored divine luan was in no way inferior to a royal god-beast. Everyone said that Xiao Moxian's bloodline was one that was rarely seen even in 1 billion years within the divine realm. And now, Soaring Feather God King seemed to have a similar bloodline to Xiao Moxian. But no one had known of this before. People only knew that Soaring Feather God King's weapons were feathers and her force field was the divine feather force field. However, they didn't form too many associations. It was only now that everyone realized Soaring Feather God King's feathers weren't there because they were her personal preference, but because they were truly part of her bloodline and originated from her body. I never thought that Soaring Feather would have this kind of bloodline, Dark Demon Monarch suddenly said. He couldn't help but glance at Xiao Moxian. Because of similarities in bloodline, the one that could feel the great strength of Soaring Feather was Xiao Moxian. As someone with a royal Dark Phoenix bloodline, she had to pass through Nirvana 9 times to achieve her ultimate state. And she could faintly feel that Soaring Feather God King's bloodline allowed her to go through a similar transformation, and perhaps she had nearly reached the highest boundary, coming close to perfection. It seems that the feather conversion art was originally a cultivation method most suited for your bloodline, or it could even be said that the original progenitor of this cultivation method had a similar bloodline as you do, or perhaps it was changed to such a state in your hands. As Lin Ming spoke, he began to rapidly revolve the power of divinity and demons in his body. At this moment he could feel the terrifying threat that came from Soaring Feather. Soaring Feather didn't answer Lin Ming. She said, "Let me give you a word of caution. In a situation where I reveal my true bloodline, I can display the Saint Race's body metamorphosis technique to the limit." Soaring Feather moved. With her tail feathers she seemed like a 7-colored divine luan that was 70 to 80 feet long. Her speed drew towards an unimaginable degree as she nearly vanished from Lin Ming's sight. Catcher. Soaring Feather's 2 claws slashed down, tearing through the endless skies. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He rapidly drew backwards, sweeping out the black dragon spear at the same time. Although this was an automatic reaction, Lin Ming still poured a wild amount of incomparably shaking force into the black dragon spear, causing it to violently tremble. This black dragon spear that could instantly break apart an Empyrean spirit treasure smashed into the 7-colored divine luan's claws. Soaring Feather had transformed into a 7-colored divine luan, and her body now contained a divine natural strength. Lin Ming originally thought that the body transformation technique was Soaring Feather's weak spot, but after she manifested her true form, he was finally able to feel just how horrifying an existence she was. When the Phoenix Blood Spear smashed into Soaring Feather God King's claws, the fierce vibrating power was forcefully withstood by Soaring Feather God King. The black dragon spear was suddenly caught by her left claw and then her right claw came crashing down. Wang! With a loud explosive sound, the web of Lin Ming's hand cracked open. He stuffily coughed out loud as he flew backward. At the same time, Soaring Feather God King hadn't emerged unscathed. Her left claw that had gripped onto the black dragon spear had been wounded by the vibration force. However, Soaring Feather God King ignored this. Her figure flickered and her right claw grasped at Lin Ming's chest. This extreme speed left everyone panic-stricken. In the legends, the blue-winged roc that understood the wind laws to the deepest degree still wasn't this fast, This was a speed far superior to that of a phoenix god beast. People didn't even have time to cry out in alarm. Soaring Feather God King's claw had already reached Lin Ming. 9 stars of the Dao Palace. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Starlight of the highest heavens immediately gathered towards him, crazily pouring into his body. At the same time, he had already started burning his azure blood. A potent and thick energy formed layers of protective energy. Lin Ming no longer had time to dodge. He raised his arm, keeping the black dragon spear tightly held to his forearm as he blocked this heavy strike. Catcher. The strike in that moment felt as if a heavy mountain had struck Lin Ming's arm just now. The layers of protective armor also burst apart. Lin Ming's entire body shook and the bones of his arm nearly broke apart. Beneath this great impact force, blood flowed out from the edge of his lips. His body was smashed away. As for the black dragon spear, it had also escaped his hand. He lost his spear. A human martial artist cried out in alarm. Xiao Morshen's palms were wet with a cold sweat. A weapon was a martial artist's second life. Lin Ming's spear had broken in battle before. In his battle with Astral Vault God King, Lin Ming had sacrificed several Empyrean spirit treasure spears. But Lin Ming rarely let go of his spear. As a martial artist, even if he lost consciousness, he would still hold onto his weapon. Sometimes, if one wished to take a weapon from a dead martial artist's hand, they would have to break off the corpse's fingers. Spiritual attack. A cold light flashed in Divine Dream's eyes. What made Lin Ming release his spear was not Soaring Feather God King's tremendous physical strength. In fact, in terms of absolute physical strength, Astral Vault was far better. However, in that wild claw attack just then, Soaring Feather God King had added a spiritual attack, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Chapter 2073, Suppressing a God King. Chapter 2073, Suppressing a God King. How can anyone still defend against this? Some human Empyreans cried out in pure shock. After Soaring Feather became the incarnation of a 7-colored divine Luan, not only did she unveil her horrifying body transformation technique, but her strikes even contained divine soul attack. This was the last level of the feather conversion art and Soaring Feather's ultimate fighting method. And to any enemy, this sort of fighting ability was undoubtedly a nightmare. After Soaring Feather underwent her transformation, there were already few people capable of resisting her tremendous strength. Even if they managed to do it, they still had to endure the soul energy impact of the feather conversion art, and there simply weren't many martial artists that could withstand this. Divine Dream's guess was correct. The moment that Soaring Feather God King's claws struck Lin Ming's arms, he felt an incomparably insidious energy hurtle towards his spiritual sea. Even for Lin Ming, his face paled at this moment. An incredibly overbearing strength pierced into his spiritual sea, turning into a giant feather that thrust down like a spear. As long as this spear struck, Lin Ming's spiritual sea would absolutely be injured. Even if there weren't any lingering side effects left over, this would be the same as losing this battle. In an instant, Lin Ming's soul form appeared within his spiritual sea. Famine's soul. He bellowed out loud. Behind him, the titanic soul of Famine that was submerged in his spiritual sea was stirred into a frenzy. Countless tentacles stretched out, rolling out like an army of blood dragons. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The blood dragon tentacles violently collided with Soaring Feather God King's heaven-shattering feathers countless times. Every explosion caused Lin Ming to turn that much paler. Lin Ming knew that if he used the magic cube it would be easy to defend his spiritual sea. But he didn't want to let Soaring Feather know about the magic cube. The time was not yet ripe to reveal such a secret. Time and time again, powerful feathers were struck into powder. Finally, the moment the feathers were about to touch Lin Ming's spiritual sea, 10 blood dragons rushed out together, shredding apart the final feathers. Pang! The feathers turned into countless motes of light. Lin Ming's spiritual sea was unscathed. However, with Lin Ming's current strength, he was unable to completely control Famine's soul. To forcibly call upon the power of Famine's soul just now consumed a great deal of Lin Ming's strength. The battle over Lin Ming's spiritual sea had occurred in just a moment. When he opened his eyes, Soaring Feather had flown right in front of him, her claws grasping down. This strike came towards Lin Ming's head. It was nearly impossible to avoid. And Lin Ming had already let go of his black dragon spear. If he were to use his flesh and blood to resist this strike, he would need to discard an arm to do so, and if he did that, then this battle would be as good as settled. In this critical moment, the black-clothed Lin Ming, purple-clothed Lin Ming, and blue-clothed Lin Ming rushed towards Soaring Feather God King from 3 different directions. One of them chopped down at her claws and the other 2 thrust their spears towards her eyes. Lin Ming's 3 avatars all possessed the ability of independent thought. Even though they were controlled by Lin Ming, they could move on their own. In this moment, the avatars came to rescue him, saving him from this crisis. Soaring Feather God King's figure flickered and her wings swept out, sweeping the 3 avatars away. As for Lin Ming's true self, he also took this chance to extricate himself from Soaring Feather God King's attack. BZZ. The black dragon spear emitted an excited cry as it returned to Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming smashed the spear downwards. In this strike, Lin Ming had used his complete strength, even opening the 9 stars of the Dao Palace to the limit and pouring the power of divinity and demons into the black dragon spear without reserve. For a time, black and white yin-yang colors swirled on the surface of the black dragon spear. The spear broke through the endless skies, unstoppable. The power of divinity and demons kindled, burning like sacred flames and scorching down the vastness of space. Soaring Feather God King emitted a keening cry. She had just repelled Lin Ming's avatars with her wings, so she was only able to resist Lin Ming's strike with her claws. Catcher. In that moment, all sound was swallowed. A blinding divine light swept through the void. For the surrounding several hundred miles, the human martial artists bore the brunt of the aftermath as they were covered by this divine light. Everyone watched as a large asteroid started to melt away and disintegrate beneath the illumination of this divine light. Be careful. Many human martial artists cried out in alarm, all of them summoning their protective true essence to resist the energy that snuck through the array formations. How horrifying. Even with protective shields prepared ahead of time, so much energy leaked through that we have to use all our energy to resist it. A young Holy Lord level elite said, his complexion changing. Facing such a dreadful strength, even if an Empyrean were to stand exposed in space, it was likely they would be severely wounded. Everyone instinctively wanted to retreat further away. But at this time, Divine Dream moved. She formed a 7-colored divine light that fused into the protective array, stabilizing it so that no energy leaked through anymore. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. As they looked at Divine Dream, all was in their eyes. This massive asteroid had disintegrated beneath the impact of energy, yet Divine Dream was able to easily resist it. This showed just how terrifying true divinity level masters were. At this time, the explosive divine light had dissipated. Everyone looked towards the center of the battlefield and saw that Soaring Feather God King's 2 claws were stained with blood and the feathers on her stomach were also drenched red. From a single glance, one could see that this blood didn't originate from Lin Ming because its color was strange, and although it was red, it shined with a rainbow luster. Soaring Feather was injured, moreover her injuries were heavy. As for Lin Ming, his wounds were even greater. His arm was twisted at a strange angle. It was clear he had broken his bones. His other arm was also covered in blood. It was obvious that he took heavy losses in that collision just now. Not just that, but his complexion was deathly pale, as if in that explosion just now the 2 of them had also undergone a contest of soul force. Looking at Lin Ming's bloodstained body, Xiao Moxian trembled. Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, Lin Xiaoge, and the others were also shaking with worry. For the fight to reach this point, it was simply too brutal. Father. Lin Huang looked at Lin Ming from afar, his thoughts complex. To him, Lin Ming would forever be the one he worshipped and the goal he aimed for in his heart. Lin Ming's back had always been driving Lin Huang forwards. Compared to the nervous human side, Soaring Feather was staring at Lin Ming, her complexion dignified. She had used the final level of the feather conversion art, revealed her true form, combined her soul attack and material attack, and even utilized the Saint Race's body transformation technique to the limit. It could be said that she had gone all out this battle. Although she had suppressed Lin Ming, she actually didn't manage to defeat him, and at this time, something occurred that caused Soaring Feather's eyes to leap up. Lin Ming stretched out his left hand. He held onto his fractured and twisted right arm, clenched his teeth, and pulled. Catcher. With a cracking sound, the broken bones joined back together. Lin Ming slowly moved his right hand. Although his arm trembled, it was clear that there was no problem with his joints. By activating the natal life Dao Palace of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, a martial artist could obtain an unequaled restorative ability. They could regenerate severed arms and even rejoin their body if they were cut in half. Lin Ming held his spear in his left hand. He didn't move his right hand, but instead wrapped it with energy. It started to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Ming's eyes were profound. His 3 avatars gathered around him, clearly planning to delay for time. If he consumed a massive amount of blood vitality on his arm, he could definitely repair it in 20-some breaths of time. But during this time, he would need his avatars to divert his opponent. Soaring Feather's eyes were cold. She rushed forwards. She used her extreme speed once more. She clearly didn't plan on giving Lin Ming time to heal, or, perhaps it could be said she wanted to test Lin Ming's limits. Hoo! Strong gales stirred up. Soaring Feather and the 4 Lin Mings moved together. Energy wildly blazed outwards, forming a horrifying storm in the cosmos. The speed of the 5 figures neared the pinnacle, and even Empyreans found it difficult to clearly see what was occurring. As for the common martial artists, all they saw were series of afterimages. Although they couldn't clearly see the movements, the energy shockwaves that were capable of disintegrating asteroids reminded everyone just how terrifying this battle was. If it wasn't for the force field released by Divine Dream, then besides the several peak Empyreans there would be no one capable of standing still. Everyone below the Empyrean realm would also be instantly turned to ash. This was the disparity of absolute strength. Kai. Lin Ming gripped his spear in his left hand, drawing a crescent moon through the air as he aimed at Soaring Feather's abdomen. Soaring Feather blocked with her right wing and grasped out a claw at Lin Ming. However, at this time, Lin Ming's avatars attacked from behind Soaring Feather, forcing her to draw back her attack. Lin Ming's body flickered. Space shrank beneath his feet and he instantly appeared thousands of feet away. You fight just to delay for time? Your arm should already be fine by now. Soaring Feather's face was cold and decisive. Lin Ming's avatars were simply too annoying. Although their individual strength was less than the main body, they still possessed formidable defensive powers. And with each one coordinating with the others, it was hard to damage them. I just recovered. Lin Ming suddenly shouted. He stretched out his right hand and the black dragon spear landed in its grasp. You dare to engage me in frontal battle? Soaring Feather asked, her aura erupting. As you wish. Lin Ming roared into the heavens. He grabbed his spear with both hands and hurtled forwards once more. A massive Azura phantom appeared behind him. At this time, Lin Ming was covered in blood, small and large wounds crisscrossing his entire body. He was like a blood-red meteor as he impacted towards Soaring Feather God King. Bang! An explosion no smaller than the previous one blew out once more. Even from trillions of miles away, one could see a blazing light ignite in the distant skies. The protective barriers that were several hundred miles away began to violently shake. Besides Divine Dream, everyone else, including Emperor Sokia, Dark Demon Monarch, and the others, all had changed complexions. Just how horrifying was this battle? In this collision, Lin Ming's arm didn't break. By using the power of vibration, he dispersed a great deal of the impact force. Taking advantage of this chance, Lin Ming flipped around. He actually rode on top of Soaring Feather's back. This was a weakness of Soaring Feather God King's defenses that he had long since been eyeing. With Soaring Feather God King having become the incarnation of a divine bird, he could avoid many of her attacks by riding on her back. Chapter 2074, The Conclusion of the Battle. Chapter 2074, The Conclusion of the Battle. Soaring Feather God King's strongest attack methods were her wings and claws. But her wings were on her sides and her claws near her abdomen. Her back was her natural blind spot. This was what people meant when they spoke about riding a tiger. Riding the back of a beast was the safest spot, but getting off was an entirely different story. Bang! Lin Ming was like a mountain suppressing the earth. Strength capable of cracking open planets was poured into his legs as he clamped down on Soaring Feather God King's back. In that fierce explosion just then, Soaring Feather God King had momentarily lost her balance. She cried out in alarm with not enough time to react. She hadn't expected that Lin Ming would actually decide to fight this way. And at this time, Lin Ming used his blood-stained arms to grab the black dragon spear and bring it smashing down. Puff! Soaring Feather's protective astral essence shattered. Blood splashed out and feathers fluttered into the air. Soaring Feather emitted a keening cry, a cry that contained the wrath of a god king. She wasn't angry that she had been wounded by Lin Ming, but angry that Lin Ming was riding on her back. She suddenly flapped her wings and a terrifying energy erupted. Lin Ming's avatars were sent flying away like broken kites, but Lin Ming twisted his legs, sticking onto Soaring Feather's back so that he wouldn't be flung off by her. Lin Ming erupted with energy once more. He grabbed the black dragon spear and brought it pounding down again. Catcher! The sound of cracking bone filled the air. Soaring Feather God King vomited a mouthful of blood as she hurtled downwards. This scene left all the human martial artists watching dazed. The fight had actually reached such a brutal degree, and Lin Ming was now even riding on Soaring Feather's back. In particular, Astral Vault God King. He didn't dare reveal himself in public and instead watched the battle from afar. As he did, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He was the one who understood Soaring Feather's personality the most. Just how arrogant was Soaring Feather? And yet, she was now being ridden by a human and being savagely beaten. Not to mention Soaring Feather, even common god beasts wouldn't tolerate being ridden by others. This was an absolute insult to them, so it was no wonder that Soaring Feather was so enraged. Ayo! Soaring Feather sent out a keening cry once more. At this moment, her entire body seemed to burn like a scorching sun. Countless divine feathers fell down from her body, scattering throughout the air. Spears of divine feathers. This was tens of thousands of seven-colored divine feathers, indiscriminately attacking in all directions. Many of these feathers also contained Soaring Feather God King's blood essence. Zheng, 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 zheng. Divine feathers became spears, each spear glimmering with cold light. Tens of thousands of spear lights blazed out, splitting open the endless skies. This was Soaring Feather's attack created from shedding her divine feathers, and also her all-out move. Unless she was in a life-or-death crisis, she wouldn't use such a move. In ordinary times, if she fought with Lin Ming, even if she was finally defeated by him, she still wouldn't use this move. This was because this move was her trump card and also a move that overdrew her blood vitality, but now because Lin Ming was riding on her back, it was too hard for her to get rid of him, leaving her with no choice but to use her life-saving attack. When Soaring Feather's divine feathers were flooded with energy, each one approached a true divinity spirit treasure in quality. With so many divine feathers scattered in all directions and shooting out, this was a nightmarish attack. Facing this crazy and fierce offensive, it was certainly impossible for Lin Ming to continue riding on Soaring Feather's back. In fact, when Soaring Feather activated her spears of divine feathers, Lin Ming had felt a horrifying killing intent erupt from her. He had quickly drawn back, but in that brief moment his thigh was pierced by a divine feather and started pouring out blood. Spear light shot out. Seven-colored divine light overwhelmed the skies. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He grasped the black dragon spear and rushed ahead. Peng! A beam of spear light formed from divine feathers was shattered by Lin Ming. He used this repelling force to flip around, avoiding the impact of another spear light. Hoo! 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 More and more spear lights appeared. The dancing divine feather spears danced in the air, weaving together and forming a sea of slaughter. Lin Ming roared once more. Behind him, the Azura phantom reappeared. It pushed three great wheels of destiny, spinning like grinding pans. Ka. Spear after spear of divine feathers was crushed by the grinding pans. Lin Ming drew back again and again, but there were too many spear lights. As he rapidly retreated, 2 spear lights pierced into his stomach and shoulder, but he managed to avoid being hit in any vital points on his body. However, when his mortal body was struck by a divine feather spear, the soul attack contained within caused blood to flow from Lin Ming's nose. This was an incredibly frigid battle. After reaching such a state, it had already surpassed the boundary of a martial arts contest, and was now no different from a life or death battle. All of the martial artists watching this battle felt their minds tremble with fear. Even Empyrean Divine Dream sucked in a light breath of air. She hadn't expected that the battle would become like this. In her opinion, if Soaring Feather God King were to fight with Lin Ming, she shouldn't have used all her cards. Bang! 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 Divine light lit up the skies. Spear light soared into the heavens. Countless divine feathers were torn apart by Lin Ming's incomparably powerful combat strength. However, Lin Ming was wounded all over. There was not an inch of skin on his body that wasn't injured. Then, as the barrage of divine feathers was on the verge of ending, another divine feather spear stabbed into Lin Ming's chest. If an ordinary human Empyrean were to receive such a blow, then even if they didn't end up half dead, they would still lose all ability to continue fighting. But Lin Ming simply grit his teeth and pulled out the divine feather spear stabbed into his body. He revolved the power of the natal life Tao Palace and began regenerating his wounds. Today's battle was the most harrowing battle he had been in since he came to the wild universe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the countless divine feathers that were shot out began to roll backwards, submerging into Soaring Feather God King's body until they all vanished. As for the several divine feathers that Lin Ming held in his hands, although they didn't manage to fly loose from his grasp, all of their blood energy was instantly drawn out as they lose all their luster. This blood energy was naturally used to restore Soaring Feather God King. To take away Soaring Feather's life feather blood essence in front of her wasn't a realistic action. At this time, Soaring Feather God King was still in the shape of a 7-colored divine Luan. However, her back was covered with blood and her bones were broken all over. This was the result of being firmly smashed by Lin Ming's spear just then. Her icy cold eyes glared at Lin Ming. In terms of wounds alone, Lin Ming had far deeper injuries than she did. But Lin Ming possessed the natal life Tao Palace and his recovery abilities were stronger. Moreover, that attack Soaring Feather used just now had affected her blood vitality. If they were to truly continue fighting, then Soaring Feather would have the edge in winning. But that was already meaningless. Because fighting any further would mean a true life or death slaughter. And both sides would inevitably be forced to overdraw their life source. This is as far as we go, Soaring Feather suddenly shouted. Lin Ming was stunned. He slowed the power of divinity and demons revolving in his body, and even the black dragon spear in his hands gently shook. His injuries were far too deep and he had just received heavy losses. Even just now, Soaring Feather's final strike had caused 3 wounds that pierced through his body. The natal life Tao Palace helped Lin Ming regenerate his wounds. And at this time, Lin Ming's 3 avatars stood on guard, protecting him as they stared at Soaring Feather. Lin Ming's fighting method was to restore his injuries using the natal life Tao Palace and use his 3 avatars to delay for time. Such a plan was to engage Soaring Feather in a battle of attrition. However, Lin Ming didn't know how many times Soaring Feather could use that final Spears of Divine Feathers killing move she just displayed. If she was able to use it 2 more times, then that was absolutely something he could not withstand. This is as far as we go. Lin Ming looked at Soaring Feather. Fighting further is meaningless. Soaring Feather coldly looked at Lin Ming. Because he had ridden her just then, she still brooded over this. The truth was that her thoughts were extremely complex at this moment. Lin Ming's strength had surpassed her expectations, and she never thought she would even have to use her Spears of Divine Feathers. Hearing Soaring Feather's words, all the human martial artists let out a long breath of relief. In truth, in their opinion, they all believed that Soaring Feather had the upper hand, and they worried whether or not Lin Ming would be able to continue the battle much longer. Lin Ming. Xiao Moxian covered her mouth. Tears started streaming down her cheeks. It's finally over. Empyrean vast universe wiped away a cold sweat. It's good that it's over. Empyrean vast universe was someone that wasn't afraid of any situation, but, when that fight just now reached such a dire degree, he found it difficult to relax. His heart had been caught in his throat the entire time. Then, our bet. Lin Ming gloomily said as he looked at Soaring Feather. Previously, they had said that even if Lin Ming didn't win, as long as they came to a draw or if he could show he had combat strength equal to a saint true divinity, then Soaring Feather and Astral Vault would fulfill their end of the bet. But with their battle having concluded in such a manner, Lin Ming actually didn't believe this could be considered a draw. This was because for anyone watching it would seem that he had been at a disadvantage. "The bet will be as we agreed," Soaring Feather frostily said. She had already developed thoughts of withdrawing from the war between humanity and the saints. The great war between humanity and the saints all began because of the good fortune Saint Sovereign's ambitions. Soaring Feather had no intention of fighting to the death for the good fortune Saint Sovereign. As for the final result in the war, the truth was that even if humanity won, the foundation of the saints wouldn't be shaken. In the past, humanity only had a single heaven, and even after being occupied by the saints, it was impossible to kill off every human. So now, the opposite was also true. Humanity didn't have too many elites to begin with, but the saints had 7 heavens with an impossibly large population base. The saints had Empyreans, even peak Empyreans, several times the number that humanity possessed, so it was truly impossible for the humans to do anything to the saints. Moreover, the most dangerous Lin Ming had already promised that he would withdraw from the war with her and Astral Vault, and place his every grudge onto the good fortune Saint Sovereign alone. As for the blood debt between humanity and the saints, that would have to be taken back by the human armies. In this situation, what reason was there for Soaring Feather to continue doing all this? This battle was originally just a way for her to find a legitimate reason to withdraw from the war. The reason the battle devolved into such an appearance was because Lin Ming's strength far surpassed her expectations, and also because Lin Ming's actions had provoked Soaring Feather. Thinking of this, Soaring Feather indignantly glared at Lin Ming with resentment. Unfortunately, it would be impossible for her to do anything to Lin Ming, and there was also no way for her to clear this insult in the future. "You remember me?" Soaring Feather coldly tossed out these words. After finishing speaking, she didn't delay at all as her body turned into a beam of light that shot deep into the universe. Lin Ming was left dumbfounded. He didn't think Soaring Feather would leave in such a simple and immediate manner. Like this, his battle against 2 true divinities had concluded. Chapter 2075, Ascension Ceremony. Chapter 2075, Ascension Ceremony. Lin Ming. Haha. Human Empyreans flew towards him, several hundred miles passing in a moment. "Are you fine?" Emperor Sokia quickly looked over Lin Ming, making sure that he didn't have any major issues. Haha. Empyrean vast universe slapped Lin Ming's shoulder. This day would be recorded in the history of humanity, a day remembered for time immemorial. Within 10 days, Lin Ming defeated Astral Vault with an Empyrean level cultivation and then fought Soaring Feather to a draw. Throughout the last 10 billion years of history in the 33 heavens, such a record had never been reported. As for before 10 billion years ago, when those like the Azura Roadmaster and Immortal Sovereign were at the early Empyrean realm, it was unknown just what sort of strength they possessed. At this time, the human fleets were already stirred up in a frenzy of jubilation. Everyone shouted out Lin Ming's name, their cries forming endless waves. If it wasn't for the many Empyreans, then because of Lin Ming's identity and aura, these warriors would have already eagerly rushed up to praise him. In the great calamity of humanity, when humanity was about to make their counterattack and retake the divine realm, what they needed was a hero, someone who truly inspired them. Lin Ming, 3 days from now let's hold a celebration feast. At this time, Divine Dream arrived by Lin Ming's side like a cool breeze. Her body was accompanied with a vague fragrance, and the surrounding Empyreans quickly made way for her. Celebration feast. Lin Ming shook his head. There's no need for one. Lin Ming didn't want to attend such a celebration feast. Not to mention that he didn't want to waste his time, now was not the time to celebrate. Only when they killed the good fortune saint sovereign would a celebration feast have any meaning. There is. Divine Dream lightly said, this celebration feast will also be your ascension ceremony where you will obtain your Empyrean title. To the human powerhouses, this ascension ceremony is highly important. Moreover, your ascension ceremony will greatly inspire the morale of humanity. Title? Lin Ming was surprised. In the past, when he adventured through the Sky Spill continent, he had obtained titles like Evil God, Azura, and other such titles. But these were simply honorifics that weren't related to him too much. However, upon becoming an Empyrean, a title was necessary. Almost every human Empyrean had their own title. And after being conferred this title, they would often substitute this for their own name. For instance, Empyrean Divine Dream, Empyrean Vast Universe, 3 Lives Old Man, Dark Demon Monarch, and so forth. Even Xiao Moxian was given the title of Empyrean Demon Fairy after breaking through to the Empyrean realm. As for Xiao Moxian's original name, Jixiana, only those like Lin Ming and a small minority had the qualifications to call her that. The disciples of Demon Fairy Palace only referred to Xiao Moxian as Empyrean Demon Fairy. The juniors of humanity needed a way to refer to Empyreans. They couldn't call an Empyrean by their true name. This was an act of disrespect. Moreover, an Empyrean was an unparalleled ruler of their race. Their name needed to represent the dignity of their role as a powerhouse, and their original name might not possess such majesty. In fact, it might even sound extremely ordinary. This was why after a long period of time, people would use an Empyrean's title to refer to them. So, it could be said a title was extremely important to an Empyrean. Lin Ming currently needed this breadth of dignity because he was already the one worthy of being called the spiritual leader of humanity. The position of spiritual leader was a sacred throne. It could even be called the belief that all human martial artists held in their hearts. To many martial artists, Lin Ming was a nearly omnipotent existence. If Lin Ming was strong, then morale would surge upwards. If Lin Ming was weak, then morale would plummet. The name of faith that these martial artists kept in their hearts should be somewhat sacrosanct. Young Hero Lin, Senior Lin, Sage Lin, Hero Lin, titles like these were inappropriate. Thinking of this, Lin Ming also believed that a title was necessary. Thus, he nodded. Then I will have to bother Senior Divine Dream to help me arrange this. As humanity was arranging Lin Ming's ascension ceremony, Soaring Feather had already activated a great void shift and passed through hundreds of millions of miles of space. She rapidly flew into a milky white spirit palace located deep in starry space. Only Fairy Blue Lotus was within this spirit palace, anxiously waiting. Master. Seeing Soaring Feather rapidly fly over, Fairy Blue Lotus rushed to greet her. As she saw Soaring Feather's appearance though, she was startled. At this time Soaring Feather had still maintained her body metamorphosis appearance. Her back was covered in blood and many of her feathers had been torn out. I'm fine. These are just external wounds. The moment that Soaring Feather flew into the spirit palace, she undid her body metamorphosis. Her naked body landed on the great rugs that lined the spirit palace. Her snow-white skin was stained red with blood. Seeing these wounds, Fairy Blue Lotus was horrified. She didn't dare to believe her own eyes. These wounds, were caused by Lin Ming? Yes, Soaring Feather nodded. Master, you lost. Fairy Blue Lotus uttered, disbelief thick in her voice. It was already hard for her to accept that Lin Ming had the abilities to contend with Soaring Feather, but to defeat Soaring Feather and severely wound her, Fairy Blue Lotus thought this was impossible. This was simply too ridiculous. I didn't lose, but I didn't win. Lin Ming's wounds are heavier than mine. Soaring Feather lightly said. The new was constantly replacing the old. Lin Ming's great strength had left her bewildered. Prepare a barrel of medicinal solution for me. Although Soaring Feather cultivated the saint race's body transformation technique, her restorative abilities were far inferior to Astral Volt's. This was the difference of their bloodlines. When Astral Volt fought with Lin Ming, his recovery abilities far exceeded Lin Ming's natal life Dao Palace. In truth, Astral Volt God King was not weak. His strengths lay in his endurance and recovery abilities that far exceeded Lin Ming's. Astral Vault God King could fiercely battle for 100 days without using up all his strength. His blood vitality was far more powerful than that of a god beast, and in battle he recovered more energy than he used. He wasn't injured easily, and even if he was fine. The more he fought, the stronger he became, until the time his opponent collapsed. Unfortunately, he fell into Lin Ming's trap. He had been rapidly defeated by Lin Ming in a short period of time and wasn't able to display his advantages. It could be said that Astral Vault had lost with many regrets. A true divinity was not skilled in all aspects. Soaring Feather was superior to Astral Vault in many areas, but she lagged behind in recovery abilities. After receiving a heavy wound, she needed the support of medicinal solutions to help her quickly recover. She held her naked body and stepped into the jade barrel. As her snow-white skin sank into the green medicinal solution, it was like white jade being buried in liquid emeralds. Soaring Feather slowly fell silent. She didn't know what would occur in the future of the 33 heavens, nor did she know what the good fortune Saint Sovereign would do once he left seclusion, and she didn't even know what the Soul Emperor was plotting. She was clearly aware that with her strength, it was impossible for her to go from being a chess piece to a chess player. Originally it was the Soul Emperor and the good fortune Saint Sovereign playing against each other. Now, Lin Ming had joined in from the side. As for how this game would play out, Soaring Feather couldn't see. If she couldn't see what direction the chess game was playing in, rushing in to do anything was extremely dangerous. Moreover, for these past years she had felt increasingly tired and long since wanted to withdraw. She didn't want to be a chess piece. Even if she was the most important game piece on the board, so what? As a true divinity, the truth was that she didn't need to attach herself to anyone. Upon reaching the level of a true divinity, if one discounted the hidden true divinities who no one knew whether or not they truly existed, then the ones that were known amounted to around 10 in total. But, as for where the limits of these people's strength lay, no one knew. The strength of the 33 Heavens Soul Emperor and good fortune Saint Sovereign was also a mystery. Soaring Feather was only faintly aware. Besides the good fortune Saint Sovereign and the Soul Emperor, the other true divinities were likely at the lower true divinity realm. As for what rank of true divinity the 33 Heavens Soul Emperor and good fortune Saint Sovereign were, no one knew. They only vaguely referred to them as outstanding amongst true divinities. Soaring Feather had never fought with the good fortune Saint Sovereign or the Soul Emperor, so she hadn't seen the limits of their strength. She didn't know if they were upper true divinities or middle true divinities. All she knew was that she was absolutely not a match for either one of them. At this time, in Demon Fairy Palace. On the top floor of Demon Fairy Palace, on a warm bed within Xiao Moxian's chambers, Lin Ming was wrapped in fragrance, enjoying a warmth he hadn't felt for a long time. Mu Qianyu was quietly splayed over his chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat. As for Qin Xingxuan, she held onto Lin Ming's arm, curled around him like a little sleeping kitten. As for Xiao Moxian, she was leaning on Lin Ming's side, stretching out a delicate finger and naughtily drawing circles on his chest. This moment of peace gave the three women an unprecedented feeling of satisfaction. Naturally, Lin Ming was also extremely satisfied. The truth was that in these past years, Lin Ming had chased after the peak of martial arts and tried to preserve the future of humanity. He had spent nearly all his time and energy on these two matters. In his heart, the desire between men and women wasn't able to create many waves. However, after being separated for thousands of years and then reuniting with the women he deeply loved most in his life, the warmth and pleasure that returned could no longer be expressed with the word desire alone. After an unknown period of time, Mu Qianyu quietly opened her eyes. She suddenly said, "Lin Ming, I want a child." Mu Qianyu's startled Lin Ming. Qin Xingxuan also immediately awakened. Her pitch-black eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Ming. "I also want one." Qin Xingxuan's face blushed red. Xiao Moxian laughed, but this playful and friendly laugh left Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu even more embarrassed. In the past, when Lin Ming was in the lower realms, if he wasn't involved in the chaos in the South Sea, then he was being chased down by Yang Yun. In between, he had risked his life countless times. And with his limited strength and his desire to struggle against destiny, Lin Ming wasn't prepared to bring children into the world. This was because he couldn't provide an environment to look after and train his children. When he was with Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu, although they had made love numerous times, he had actually locked in his source of life because he didn't want children. Afterwards, when Lin Ming was in the Azura Road with Xiao Moxian, he also didn't want a child. However, the difference was that Lin Ming had a different bloodline than Xiao Moxian, and it was extremely difficult for her to become pregnant. Lin Ming thought the chances of her becoming pregnant were nearly zero, thus he didn't care too much. However, he never thought that after he left the Azura Road he would win the jackpot, thus resulting in Lin Huang. Chapter 2076, Empyrean Title. Chapter 2076, Empyrean Title. Brother Lin, for these past years, my two big sisters have had many concerns that you weren't aware of. Xiao Moxian playfully pinched Lin Ming. Then, she leaned in close to his ear, whispering something to him before quietly putting on her clothes and walking away. The truth was that Xiao Moxian was already aware of Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu's thoughts. As women, they longed for a child, and this wish had continued for thousands of years. As Xiao Moxian left the room, she gently closed the door behind her. Lin Ming was stunned. He looked at Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu in a daze, unsure what feeling was in his heart. Mu Qianyu grabbed onto Lin Ming's hand, affectionately staring into his eyes. Lin Ming, did you know that when you left more than 6,000 years ago, I nearly broke down? With the sorrow of humanity, there was nothing here but endless vicious beasts of the wilderness. It was with great difficulty that we developed our territory, but even then all our efforts were for naught. This was because no matter how much we constructed, we never knew when the saints would come rushing through and savagely destroy everything. I couldn't find hope and I couldn't see a future. I waited for you, but everyone said that you had died. I wasn't willing to believe them, but slowly I began reaching the precipice of despair. It was during this time that I thought if I had your child, how wonderful would that be? With a child, I would have a focus for my life. I could pour all my emotions into our child, so that even if something happened to you I wouldn't collapse, because there would be a reason for my life. Mu Qianyu earnestly said, not blinking as she looked at Lin Ming. Qin Xingxuan held onto Lin Ming's hand, tears glistening in her eyes. Brother Lin, do you plan on leaving again in a few days? Lin Ming froze. Looking at in Qin Xingxuan, he couldn't bear hurting her again. However, he knew that he didn't have much time left. When he used negotiations and his own strength to force Astral Vault and Soaring Vault to withdraw from the war with him, many people had already guessed his plans. Eventually, Lin Ming nodded. Qin Xingxuan wasn't surprised nor was she hurt, she had already expected this. She said, Brother Lin, 6,000 years ago, Huanga was born and every day I would help little sister Xiana look after him. I truly did envy her. Afterwards, I watched Huanga slowly grow and regarded him as my own child. But, in the end, he wasn't. Every time Huanga went out to adventure and then when I saw him return, I would think how wonderful would it be if I had my own child. As Qin Xingxuan spoke, her eyes sparkled with tears. She finally spoke of the sad days she had experienced for over 6,000 years. This sort of loneliness, this sort of fear, the pain brought by these emotions was difficult to describe in words. Lin Ming didn't speak because words were no longer necessary at this moment. He firmly gripped Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's hands. Then he held them in his arms and gently kissed them. Together, they fell back onto the soft bed. Everything continued to occur naturally. For the next 3 days, Lin Ming didn't train anymore. For the entire 3 days he completely relaxed himself and enjoyed a sensual peace with his wives. And every time, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan would carefully accept Lin Ming's life essence lest it flow out from them. Seeing this, Lin Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. The truth was that as long as Lin Ming no longer locked in his life essence, the chances of becoming pregnant were nearly 100%. This was because Lin Ming's essence energy possessed a life force, vigor, and survival time far surpassing that of a mortal. It wasn't wrong that it was difficult for a more powerful race to reproduce. But, it was Lin Ming that was strong, not his race that was strong. He was still a human, and also himself. Because of this, his ability to reproduce wouldn't weaken, and instead become stronger. If there was a woman with a unique bloodline like Xiao Moxian, then if Lin Ming was with her, the chances of her becoming pregnant would also be magnified by several times. But, if he were weak, then the chances of her becoming pregnant would be nearly zero. This was an issue concerning the amount of life essence that one possessed. It was impossible for a mouse to impregnate a phoenix. So in the future, if Lin Ming broke into the true divinity realm or even stepped beyond divinity, it wouldn't be impossible for Xiao Moxian to have a second child. 3 days later, early in the morning, Lin Ming woke up from the sweet warmth that surrounded him. He changed into new robes and exuded an energetic aura. Today, Lin Ming's ascension ceremony would begin. The ancient ascension ceremony, it meant to offer a sacrifice to the heavens and earth. These ascension ceremonies also existed in the mortal realms. For instance, mortal emperors would climb up mountains to worship the heavens and earth, singing praises towards the world. But it was different in the world of martial artists. Here, the heavens and earth referred not to the heavens and earth in the eyes of a mortal, but to an Empyrean. This was because after a martial artist broke into the Empyrean realm, the laws they possessed would be able to stand on even ground with the heavenly Tao laws in some aspects. So it wasn't an exaggeration to say that an Empyrean was the universe of the heavens and earth. Before the great calamity occurred, human true divinities had long since vanished, and an Empyrean was the highest boundary one could reach. With this, the word Empyrean possessed the meaning of being singular and proud in the heavens above or the earth below. Without a doubt, Lin Ming's ascension ceremony would be the greatest celebration for humanity ever since they entered the wild universe. Nearly 100 human Empyreans gathered for this ceremony. In terms of scale, there was only one other event that could compare with this, and that was when Divine Dream broke into the true divinity realm. The base of humanity had already been transferred to a nebula deep in the center of the hidden Dragon Galaxy. Today, this nebula glowed with a divine light. Every human Empyrean brought their heavenly palace. The 100 heavenly palaces circled together, gorgeous lights emitting from them that spanned the vastness of space, beautiful to the extreme. And this divine afterglow surrounded a force field that was 100,000 miles in radius. Within this force field there were countless rare flowers and trees, treasures of the heavens and earth that were blooming together. Such a marvelous sight appeared in the starry space of the cosmos, leaving one shocked. And by this time, Lin Ming's title had already been decided. Just yesterday, in order to decide Lin Ming's title, several high-level figures of humanity had convened a special conference. This was something that had never occurred in human history before. The vast majority of Empyrean titles were personally chosen by that Empyrean. They would use whatever title they were fond of. These titles would often be related to their cultivation methods, combat methods, life experiences, place of birth, the reason they became famous, ancient ruins they visited, or other such factors. However, Lin Ming's title held a different significance. He was the might and authority of humanity. The symbol of a leader certainly couldn't be randomly chosen. This title needed to be accepted by the common people. Moreover, this title was destined to be recorded in the annals of history and spread down for eternity. Thus, one couldn't help but be careful. 6 billion years ago, the leader of humanity was conferred the title of Empyrean Divine Seal. This title possessed monumental momentum and importance. Even after so many years passed, when people mentioned the name of Empyrean Divine Seal, they would do so with infinite respect in their voices. As for what Empyrean Divine Seal's true name was, no one knew. Of course, this was likely due to the Great Calamity 6 billion years ago, in which most of humanity's inheritances were destroyed. At the start, someone suggested that they call Lin Ming Empyrean Immortal to indicate that Lin Ming was immortal and that with his life, humanity would continue to exist in perpetuity. However, this proposal was directly rejected by Divine Dream. While the title Immortal might be domineering and great, it was already taken by someone 10 billion years ago. At the same time, Empyrean Azura was the same. More ideas were proposed. From Lin Ming's cultivation methods, Empyrean 9-star, Empyrean Thunderfire, Empyrean Heretical God, all of these possibilities were rejected. The reason was because they only described a small part, and didn't reflect Lin Ming in his entirety. Divine Dream had had every person participating in this conference propose a title. Even the primal god race proposed the title of Everlasting God King, but after Divine Dream considered it for a moment, she also rejected this. When it came to Vast Universe to offer a proposal, because everyone had offered so many ideas and he couldn't duplicate them, he thought for a moment before suggesting Empyrean New Dawn. This left Divine Dream at a loss for words. Although Empyrean New Dawn did have some nice meaning to it, this name didn't resound in the ears at all. Then, how about we call him the Human Sovereign? As all the other Empyreans finished speaking, Divine Dream spoke up. Everyone listening was stunned. This name not only resounded loudly in the ears, but it also possessed a deeper meaning. The saints had their saint sovereign. The spiriters had their soul emperor. Then humanity should have their human sovereign. This title also indicated Lin Ming's position. Human sovereign, the sovereign of humanity, in other words, the number one person of the entire human race. In the future, when this great calamity was recorded in history, Lin Ming would be considered the highest leader of humanity and his name would be written down forever. When others mentioned these history books and spoke of Lin Ming, they would refer to him as the human sovereign. In other words, human sovereign Lin Ming, and in the future, when the divine realm recovered to its golden era, humanity would no longer refer to Lin Ming as senior or sage, but would instead call him Your Majesty, or Sovereign. This title obtained the approval of the Empyreans present. This was also a title won by Lin Ming's strength. Because even if Empyreans could choose their title however they wished, no one would dare to call themselves this, since it would be the same as challenging all other human Empyreans. But for Lin Ming to be conferred the title of Human Sovereign, no one refused it. When Lin Ming learned of this title, he felt that it was a bit exaggerated. But after considering multiple factors, a bit of exaggeration was acceptable for the war effort. Like this, the Ascension ceremony officially began. Banquets were held one after another. Many of the items at these banquets were heavenly materials, priceless and rare. Eating them was greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. This banquet and ceremony continued for a full 3 days. The title of Human Sovereign Lin Ming also spread through humanity from this ceremony. On the last day, Lin Ming sat atop the throne of the Human Sovereign. Throughout the endless starry skies, the chants of human martial artists echoed. Human Sovereign Immortal, Humanity Forever. This chant formed a storm, causing the blood of every human warrior to boil over. Looking at these human martial artists with their momentum that soared to the skies, Lin Ming knew that it was finally time for humanity to return to the divine realm and settle their blood debt. This was also the time for him to leave. To Lin Ming, everything that was occurring in front of him, all of this worship and adoration, all of it seemed like a fog that could disappear at any moment. Without absolute strength, before long all of this would turn into illusion, let alone being something that spread down through history. This was because before that ever occurred, humanity would have turned into the dust of history. Time was of the essence. Chapter 2077, Depart. Chapter 2077, Depart. After the Ascension ceremony ended, Lin Ming flew into the void of space by himself. He left behind the Legion of Famine to protect his family and friends. As for the great armies of humanity, they were preparing to retake the divine realm. In such a situation, Lin Ming quietly passed through the connection between the wild universe and the divine realm, and arrived at the Azura Road by himself. In the past 2 months, Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu became pregnant one after another. And as the 2 women were preparing to become mothers, Lin Ming entered seclusion once more to perceive Famine's memories. As his understanding towards the abyssal language became increasingly profound, he slowly understood more and more things. The origin of the dark abyss and the abyssal demons slowly formed an outline in Lin Ming's mind. A terrifying guess emerged in Lin Ming's heart. Because the information from Famine was incredibly messy and chaotic, Lin Ming didn't dare to assume that his guesses were correct. He had an idea, but to confirm this he had to personally go to the dark abyss. Now, within the 33 heavens, There was no place necessary for Lin Ming to go. He had already explored the depths of the Azura Road. As for the Akashic Dream universe, although he hadn't fully explored it, Lin Ming had already become fully aware of the laws of life and death, and even if he went there he wouldn't gain any heaven-shaking harvests. Moreover, there was still the Soul Emperor. Although Shang Mai had said that the Soul Emperor would need to go into seclusion for tens of thousands of years or even longer after absorbing his eternal soul, in order to cultivate the so-called laws of immortality. However, Lin Ming couldn't say that the Soul Emperor wouldn't end this seclusion midway. Thus, after thinking about it, the place Lin Ming needed to go the most was the Dark Abyss. Lin Ming was aware that within the Dark Abyss, there were horrifying existences that were scarier and stronger than the intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens. Infinite secrets were contained in the Dark Abyss. These secrets involved the great calamity of the 33 heavens 10 billion years ago, and even involved more ancient eras of the universe. Lin Ming didn't know what the history of the universe was like before the Azura Roadmaster. Could there have once been a martial arts civilization that was even more glorious? But, before going to the Dark Abyss, Lin Ming thought of going to the Azura Road once more. There were some matters he needed to finish first, and he needed to go into seclusion for a period of time. The area Lin Ming chose to stay at in the Azura Road was not the final trial but God-Burying Ridge. Over 6,000 years ago when Lin Ming arrived at the Azura Road's Great Desolate with Xiao Moxian, they had been hunted down by Imperial Prince Naki in God-Burying Ridge, and finally even caught Tianming's attention. In a life-or-death crisis Lin Ming duel cultivated with Xiao Moxian, and as a result, they killed Tianmingzi. Thinking of those days made Lin Ming feel as if they happened just yesterday. His battle against Tianmingzi had been incomparably perilous. A single wrong step and they would have been doomed. Lin Ming's heart still sped up when he thought back to Tianmingzi's cunning plots. In the past, the reason he could kill Tianmingzi and even bring down Imperial Prince Naki and the half-step Empyrean Mr. Ashmurda was because he had drawn support from a death zone in God-Burying Ridge, a blue throne by Chi's tomb. One of the Azura Roadmaster's disciples was buried in by Chi's tomb. Without a doubt, this person had once been an ancient true divinity-level character. After being weakened for 10 billion years, the tomb that this character left behind had its array formations and force fields weakened to an incredibly low degree. Otherwise, if they weren't, then using the tomb's array formations to kill a lower Empyrean or middle Empyrean wouldn't have been difficult at all. In the past when Lin Ming entered Bai Chi's tomb, he had disturbed Bai Chi's eternal slumber. Then, in order to protect himself he had used the array formations in Bai Chi's tomb to kill Imperial Prince Naki, Mr. Ashmurda, and the others. In order to express his thanks and also apologize for his actions, Lin Ming had pledged that once he gained the ability he would re-enter this land and repair Bai Chi's tomb. And now Lin Ming had this ability. He used his knowledge of array formations and the Azura Heavenly Tao laws, spending a full 6 days to repair all of the killing arrays in Bai Chi's tomb. He poured in sufficient energy, and with the heaven and earth origin energy that would supplement the array formations, they would revolve without issue for several billion more years. Like this, Lin Ming could be said to have fulfilled his past promise. Besides repairing Bai Chi's tomb, he had made another pledge. He had promised Empyrean Divine Mist that he would kill Empyrean Divine Void. Thinking of this, Lin Ming estimated his strength and realized that it might be too difficult to achieve. Divine Void's strength was likely comparable to that of Astral Vault God King. While he was stronger than Astral Vault God King, if he hadn't used tactics and had instead directly faced him, then defeating him wouldn't have been as easy. Moreover, that was only defeat. Defeating someone and killing them were two completely different concepts. As long as Divine Void walked away, there was nothing Lin Ming could do to stop him. Even if Divine Void wanted to engage in a final life-or-death battle and Lin Ming fought with him, there were no advantages to be had. In this sort of situation, it was impossible for Lin Ming to avoid all the array formations and subordinates within Divine Void's lair and kill him. He didn't believe he could accomplish this even when he reached the Middle Empyrean realm. Thus, Lin Ming chose to go into seclusion. This was also the most important goal for which he had come to God-Burying Ridge, because God-Burying Ridge contained a mysterious cultivation land, Tragic Death Valley. Within Tragic Death Valley, time and space were twisted underneath the yoke of some strange rules. The flow of time in tragic Death Valley was 10 times faster than in the outside world. Every 10 days in tragic Death Valley was equal to 1 day outside. Time enchantments weren't strange. But the enchantment within tragic Death Valley didn't twist the laws, thus it didn't affect a martial artist's cultivation. This was beyond rare. Of course, there was also a price in staying in tragic Death Valley. This was an immutable, never-changing environment. A martial artist wouldn't gain new insights, nor would they experience lucky chances. They would not be able to engage in life or death battles, and their cultivation speed wouldn't rise too quickly. If a human holy lord were to enter tragic Death Valley, it was simply unrealistic for them to break into the Empyrean realm during their stay. In the past, when Lin Ming developed his inner world and perceived the samsara of life and death, even if he didn't have enough time, he still wouldn't have entered tragic Death Valley. Firstly, the things he needed to feel and comprehend didn't exist in tragic Death Valley. Secondly, and more importantly, was that there wasn't much origin energy within tragic Death Valley. In fact, it could be called extremely thin. This was because tragic Death Valley was completely isolated from the outside, and the heaven and earth origin within only circulated amongst itself. The scattered energy inside originated from the life forms that fell in tragic Death Valley as well as their magic items. Such energy was certainly limited. Moreover, when Lin Ming was a world king rushing towards the Empyrean realm, he needed to absorb a massive amount of world power. Thus, tragic Death Valley was not an ideal cultivation place. But presently the circumstances were completely different. Lin Ming had comprehended the laws within the Holy Scripture and even gradually fused them with the Azura heavenly Tao. The power of divinity and demons also formed a system, and his inner world had absorbed enough world power. Lin Ming's comprehension had reached a high level, and what he lacked now was cultivation. Moreover, after Lin Ming successfully broke into the Empyrean realm, because he had to withstand tribulation of the 33 heavens, he had absorbed an enormous amount of heavenly Tao law fragments, many of which came from the law's ancient god kings. When Lin Ming shattered these phantoms of ancient god kings, a minor part of their aura and comprehensions and even the laws they cultivated were inevitably inherited by Lin Ming. All of this could be digested in tragic Death Valley. Thus, Lin Ming didn't lack laws that he needed to perceive. As for heaven and earth origin energy, it wasn't wrong that the origin energy within tragic Death Valley was barren. But Lin Ming never planned on absorbing heaven and earth origin energy from there to begin with. Instead, he had brought Famine's avatar with him. This was a massive treasure trove of energy which contained an incomparably large amount of blood vitality and demonic power. A shortage of heaven and earth origin energy was unimportant. Lin Ming only needed to absorb Famine's avatar. Like this, Lin Ming entered tragic Death Valley. To him, this place that was an absolute death trap to ordinary martial artists was actually as calm and leisurely as a garden. After so many years, Lin Ming returned to tragic Death Valley once more. Nothing had changed from the past. Endless bones littered the ground, and there was also the incomparably large god-beast tomb array that should have originated from the Azura Roadmaster. Tragic Death Valley was pitch black and the peace was horrifying. When many peerless masters arrived here, they couldn't see any hope of escape and were slowly driven to insanity. However, within such an environment, Lin Ming's mind was as still as a placid lake. Even in this darkness and deathly silence, all that Lin Ming felt was peace and quiet. Chapter 2078, Retaking the Divine Realm. Chapter 2078, Retaking the Divine Realm. In these past years, Lin Ming felt a great pressure on his shoulders and he had experienced far too many tribulations. After arriving at an absolutely safe place like tragic Death Valley, he immediately relaxed. This was an array formation that the Azura Roadmaster had personally laid down in the past. Even someone on the level of Soaring Feather God King would have a hard time freely entering and leaving as they pleased. And no one could expect that he would hide here. While inside he was absolutely safe. Lin Ming began his seclusion. There were too many matters he had to complete. Just absorbing the memories in Famine's soul would take an extremely long time. Lin Ming needed to go to the Dark Abyss, and without Famine's memories as a guide, then a single human entering was no different from a sheep wandering into a wolf den. He had to protect himself, and the greatest measure with which to do so was famine. The years passed without sense of time. Lin Ming fell into an absorbed state. He didn't know how much time passed, only that his hair constantly grew longer, brushing against the ground and still growing. Dust rose and fell on his body. At certain intervals, waves of demonic energy would rise up and the dust on Lin Ming would fly away. However, he steadfastly sat there like a rock. When Lin Ming first entered the Azura Road, he was already just barely able to deal with the demonic energy tides in tragic Death Valley. Now, he was like a reef in front of a breeze, simply not feeling it at all. But Lin Ming's clothes slowly tore apart. As several demonic energy tides rose, they wore away at his clothes. Soon, he became utterly naked. Every now and then his exposed skin would glow red. He was absorbing famine's essence. To Lin Ming, famine's avatar was powerful, but it was only slightly more powerful than himself. With sufficient time Lin Ming would surpass famine's avatar in strength, and by that time the avatar would be weak. Thus, the most effective method for Lin Ming to use the avatar of famine was to absorb its essence to further develop himself. As time passed, Lin Ming absorbed more and more of famine's energy into his body. Not only did he absorb a massive amount of pure demon energy, but he also absorbed the laws within it. Faintly, Lin Ming seemed to arrive in a chaotic space. Deep within this chaotic space, a massive black hole of space-time slowly revolved. As energy neared this black hole, it would be sucked in. Seeing this, Lin Ming froze. This was laws of swallowing. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Famine's flesh and blood and even its soul contained the secrets to the laws of swallowing. After absorbing famine's soul and now absorbing famine's flesh and blood, all of famine's essence was being transferred to his body. Then, perhaps he could also peek into the deepest secrets of the laws of swallowing and begin plundering talent like famine could. Of course, it was impossible for Lin Ming to do this to such a heaven-defying degree like famine could. But it would be good enough if he could inherit a tiny portion of the talent in the laws of swallowing. Disregarding everything else, just his speed in absorbing world energy in the future would be incomparable to the present. To swallow. In Lin Ming's mind, these weren't the methods of the enemy, but a new shortcut that would allow him to grow faster. With these intentions in mind, Lin Ming no longer hesitated. He composed his mind and poured all of his mental strength into famine's flesh and blood, greedily absorbing nutrition from its essence. Unknowingly and unwittingly, 100 years passed. Outside this was only 10 years. In these 10 years, Lin Ming's 2 children were born. One was a boy and one was a girl. Mu Qianyu gave birth to a boy named Lin Yu, and Qin Xingxuan gave birth to a girl named Lin Xian. The names of these 2 children came from both their mother and father. Lin Yu and Lin Xian's talents were slightly worse than Lin Huang's. But they had inherited Lin Ming's Azura bloodline, and if they cultivated in the future they were sure to become extraordinary individuals. Another 10 years passed. In the divine realm, the war between humanity and the saints raged like a blazing conflagration. Because Soaring Feather and Astral Vault withdrew from the war, humanity's ability to face their opponents on the battlefield was no less than the saints. Many territories in the divine realm had already been reclaimed by humanity. As the human refugees scattered throughout the divine realm saw the return of their fellow comrades, all of them sobbed in joy. No one could understand what they felt after waiting for this moment for more than 6,000 years. They were happy, so happy that even if they died they could die in peace. In terms of the great war between humanity and the saints, a mere 20 years of fighting was in truth only a short period of time. It would take much longer to reclaim the divine realm. After all, the divine realm itself had 3,000 great worlds. The battles in the wild universe alone had continued for several hundred years. Now, the great effort to retake the divine realm would require at least several hundred years before they could truly reclaim their land. But, during the 3rd decade of the effort to retake the divine realm, the saint armies began to retreat. They relinquished divine realm great worlds they had seized on their own initiative, riding on spirit ships to flee back to Saint Convocation Heaven. Soldiers receded like a falling tide. With the saints retreating, The human armies were able to push in without facing any obstacles. The human warriors were incomparably excited. However, the several human Empyreans leading the war were startled. They hadn't expected such a result to occur. The saints are retreating. What should we do? Emperor Sokia asked Divine Dream. He was asking whether or not they should chase down the armies of the saints. Without a doubt, the saints were retreating because the good fortune Saint Sovereign was in seclusion. Because the good fortune Saint Sovereign couldn't be interrupted midway, the saints had decided to return to Saint Convocation Heaven where they could regroup and maintain their strength. With the death of the good fortune Saint Sun, the withdrawal of Soaring Feather God King, Astral Vault God King, as well as their subordinates such as Blue Lotus and the others, that meant the saints had no highest leader to turn to. To return to Saint Convocation Heaven was an intelligent move in these circumstances. When humanity took back the divine realm, it hadn't been easy for them even though this was territory they were profoundly aware of. If they were to march into Saint Convocation Heaven and face the unknown breadth of the saint armies from the seven heavens of the saints, then this would be far too risky a move. It was unwise to pursue a hard-pressed enemy too far, much less an army that was deep in enemy territory. However, Divine Dream still issued the order to give pursuit. This was because with her presence, she could maintain the integrity of the human fleets. Divine Dream knew that it was impossible for humanity to seize the Saint Convocation Heaven no matter how much they chased after their enemies. She knew that besides annihilating some of the saints' overall war strength, there weren't any advantages to be had. But she would still continue the pursuit. Even if this was only a tribute to the countless martyrs who had died bravely in battle in the wild universe, the blood of humanity couldn't be bled in vain. She needed to give those heroic martyrs an answer to their deed. This battle continued for another 30 years. Humanity's war in the Saint Convocation Heaven was even more difficult. Humanity had yet to recover their energy. In terms of Empyrean-level characters, they only had a bit more than 100 and only 2,000 some great world kings. Although Divine Dream was powerful, she was only a single person. This would be the same if the good fortune Saint Sovereign went to the wild universe to fight. The human Empyreans would immediately hide away, making it so that the good fortune Saint Sovereign wouldn't be able to kill many of them. And now, with Divine Dream battling in the Saint Convocation Heaven, the Saint Empyreans naturally wouldn't line up so that Divine Dream could slaughter them. Thus, Divine Dream's greatest function was to protect the main force of humanity and threaten. With Divine Dream, the human armies did not fear frontally facing the saints, nor did they fear being surrounded. However, Divine Dream couldn't replace the human armies in fighting. To annihilate the armies of the saints, what humanity truly relied on were their Empyreans, world kings, and holy lords. The size of the human armies was far too small. It was simply impossible for them to wage war throughout the seven heavens of the saint race. Soon, the fight reached an impasse. The saints actively avoided battle. In this situation, humanity wasn't able to achieve much. To further expand their war victories, they could only destroy planets of saints and wipe out massive amounts of low-level saint martial artists. But if they did this, then they would be no different from the saints, and perhaps might even be worse. Thus, on the 50th year, the human armies returned to the divine realm. The moment that the armies withdrew, the divine realm wildly cheered in revelry and celebration. Countless people cried out hot tears. They had paid a deep price for over 6,000 years, putting in generations of effort, and now they finally had their homeland back. They had preserved their dignity, had preserved the bravery of their bloodline. Although this was only temporary, they had all firmed their resolve. No matter how the saints counterattacked in the future, they would continue fighting on to the last person. With humanity's victory, two names shined ever brighter in human history. These two names were Human Sovereign Lin Ming and Heavenly Empress Divine Dream. No one referred to Divine Dream as Empyrean Divine Dream anymore, but started to call her the Heavenly Empress. This corresponded to Lin Ming. Within the heavens and earth, Lin Ming was the human sovereign and Divine Dream was the Heavenly Empress. One sovereign, one empress, these were similar to the names of the Spiriters Soul Emperor and Soul Empress. Emperor, Sovereign, Empress, these were some of the highest titles given to men and women in humanity, They were unrelated to whether or not one was married. While the divine realm was being rebuilt, Lin Ming was still deep in seclusion. 70 years had passed outside, meaning 700 years within tragic Death Valley. During these 700 years Lin Ming had already started the 7th cycle of the grand reincarnation art. The energy needed to recultivate from the start of a reincarnation came from the avatar of famine. And during the process of fusing with this energy, Lin Ming started to slowly touch upon famine's laws of swallowing. Bit by bit he imprinted famine's talent to swallow into himself. By now, Lin Ming was completely able to control the power of demons. If he camouflaged himself as an abyssal, then no one would suspect him, and they would even think he was a high-level existence amongst abyssals. This paved the way for Lin Ming to enter the dark abyss. Otherwise, a human entering the abyss was no different from suicide. After 700 years of cultivation, Lin Ming's foundation had consolidated. This gave him the ambition to attack the Middle Empyrean realm while in tragic Death Valley. Another 500 years passed. Lin Ming had reached the peak of the Lower Empyrean realm. Strength gathered crazily within him. The planet-sized avatar of famine gave him strength without end. In addition to the talent of swallowing he had now, absorbing the flesh and blood essence of famine came as easily as drinking water to Lin Ming. Lin Ming's cultivation speed couldn't even be described as traveling 10,000 miles in a day. After staying in tragic Death Valley for 1,500 years, he finally felt he had accumulated sufficient strength. The conditions were ripe. It was time to break into the Middle Empyrean realm. Chapter 2079, Middle Empyrean, Evolution of Laws. Chapter 2079, Middle Empyrean, Evolution of Laws. The Azura Road's Great Desolate was forever a land that awed others. In particular, the depths of the Great Desolate, that was a place even Empyreans didn't dare venture into, otherwise there was a chance they could perish. And tragic Death Valley was one of the most fearful lands in the Great Desolate. Even true divinities were unwilling to approach it. It was a land with layers upon layers of strange killing arrays, wrapped in a shroud of space and time. If a martial artist entered, they would be forever lost to history. During these past years, only some low-level martial artists would form groups to explore the God-burying ridge area that was 10,000 miles around tragic Death Valley, in order to obtain experience and possibly treasure. There were unfathomable dangers, and a single mistake would mean one wouldn't even have their bones left over. But these people had no other choice. After all, these people had to survive and grow. In the Azura Road, slaughter was a common theme. If a martial artist didn't possess sufficient strength, then it was likely they would be killed and have their possessions taken. And if sects weren't strong enough, they might possibly be taken over in a single night, or perhaps even be completely eliminated from the world. Although God-burying Ridge was dangerous, it was rich in God-burying stones. And because the environment here was special, there would often be inestimably precious world treasures born. On this day, bright flashes of light emitted from a place within God-burying Ridge. 8 martial artists led by 2 middle-aged men were fighting a crowd of ghosts. These ghosts were all evil beings naturally formed in God-burying Ridge. God-burying Ridge was originally a massive sealed force field. Over billions of years, countless geniuses, powerhouses, mortals, vicious beasts, all sorts of life forms had died here, leaving behind their blood vitality, energy, Tao fields, martial arts laws, and so forth. These things percolated in this sealed space, fermenting and eventually becoming all kinds of evil beings. The truth was that not to mention these super powerhouses that died here, even if poisonous insects were sealed in a jar, they would eat away at each other until finally evolving into a superbug. Now these people were engaged in battle with these evil beings evolved by God-burying Ridge. These evil beings had bizarre and strange attack methods. They were invisible and intangible, only a mass of energy or a moving force field. However, once these evil beings passed over the bodies of others, they would instantly suck away a massive amount of blood vitality or even take possession of their victims. In the worst case, one would visibly wither away into a dry corpse as everyone watched in horror. "Master, we can't last much longer," a youth shouted out loud as he beat back an evil being. We must run away. If we continue fighting, then we will all die here. A middle-aged man replied. However, the other middle-aged man bitterly smiled. He used his sword to force back 3 evil beings, seizing the brief moment of respite to pass on a sound transmission. There is no way we can flee. Even if we manage to lose these evil beings, we can only run forwards, and 100 miles away from us is Tragic Death Valley. If we enter Tragic Death Valley, and perhaps even if we merely see the entrance, we will be lost forever without any chance of returning. That land is an absolute death trap, a place where even Empyreans will perish. Rather than that, we might as well desperately bet everything here and now and hope that we can live through this. As the middle-aged man spoke, the others felt a chill crawl down their backs. To say that they should all hope they could live through this, that hope was simply too small. Ah! A young girl cried out in misery. She had clearly been injured. Many of them had consumed a great deal of blood vitality in their battle with these evil beings. If things continued like this, then they would at most be able to last for another quarter hour. Once that time passed, all of them would die here. They struggled to maintain a formation, their circle of fighting constantly shrinking in order to minimize losses on their side. But the price of this was that they were now surrounded by evil beings, and the chances of them escaping this encirclement became increasingly small. They could only risk their lives this final time. As everyone felt their strength wasting away and their hearts approach despair, no one noticed that 100 miles behind them, a thin layer of black light was brewing. This black light became increasingly strong, increasingly large. After several breaths of time, a pitch-black beam of divine light shot into the skies. In that instant, the skies turned dark and the clouds were washed away. The group of trial challengers was shocked. A moment afterwards, they discovered something strange. As they looked all around them, they didn't know when, but the evil beings that surrounded them had started to withdraw on their own initiative. Not just that, but they didn't make any moves to attack. Instead, they all crawled on the ground, looking at that pitch-black divine light with dread and awe in their eyes. And it was only now that the group of trial challengers saw the true appearance of these evil beings. These evil beings had the appearance of little wolves with wings. Because of their extremely fast speed and their normally vague and blurry appearance that was covered in black fog, no one had been able to clearly see what they looked like. But now, these trial challengers saw these small wolves crawl on the ground, even trembling where they were. What is going on? That black light. A middle-aged man's pupils shrank. It was clear that these evil beings didn't fear them, but feared the pillar of divine light 100 miles away. That divine light didn't seem too grand. It was like a black column of divine iron that thrust into the skies, extremely condensed as if it were made of material matter. The light continued for several breaths of time before disappearing. As for the evil beings, they remained prostrate on the ground, not daring to rise. Not just that, but more and more evil beings appeared. They drilled out from the ground or fell down from the air. These evil beings came in all shapes and sizes, and all of them crawled on the ground. This sort of feeling was as if they were worshipping a king of their kind. The trial challengers felt their hearts turn icy cold. None of them were happy or glad to see these evil beings give them a moment to catch their breath by falling down in worship. With the current scene occurring all around them, they faintly felt that an even more horrifying existence was about to appear. If so, then their fates would be far more miserable. The place that divine light came from, isn't that Tragic Death Valley? A middle-aged man gulped as he spoke. He realized that the area the divine light came from was Tragic Death Valley. Tragic Death Valley? Everyone was stunned. Tragic Death Valley was an absolute forbidden zone within the Azura Road. Everyone who didn't believe in these tales and had ventured in had died without exception. It was an incomparably mysterious place, but none of these people had ever heard of a beam of black light emitting from Tragic Death Valley, nor had they heard of anything similar to this occurring. Tragic Death Valley was like a never-changing tomb that had existed since ancient times. For billions of years it had swallowed countless lives yet never changed. "Master, do we?" a young girl uttered, her face pale with fear. She didn't know whether they should use this chance to escape or wait here instead. In front of them, more and more evil beings appeared. Many of these evil beings were existences that left them horrified. But, behind them lay tragic Death Valley emitting that black divine light. This situation left them in a dilemma, and at this time, the young girl who spoke suddenly seemed to choke on something. Her eyes went as wide as full moons as she looked into the distance with utter disbelief. There, far away, the fog was being separated, and the appearance of a man slowly emerged from this fog. This man wore simple black robes. His eyes were profound and his eyebrows were as sharp as swords. He gave off an inexplicable feeling. He walked through the fog, moving forwards a step at a time. To him, this dangerous land known as God-Burying Ridge seemed no different from a garden, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll through the courtyards. But the middle-aged man actually noticed that once this black-clothed youth appeared, the evil beings all around them were even more frightened. They all remained motionless, caught in incomparable awe. "You all, what year of the Great Desolate is this now?" the black-clothed man asked from afar. This man was Lin Ming, who had gone into seclusion for an unknown period of time. Because he was in tragic Death Valley, he simply didn't know how many years had passed. He had immersed himself in a completely entranced state. Unconsciously, his Azura laws had undergone a transformation. The Azura laws were the highest laws of the universe, covering the entire breadth of the 33 heavenly Taos. As for Lin Ming, when he became an Empyrean, he had experienced the tribulation of the 33 heavens and his mortal body had been baptized. He absorbed a countless amount of great Tao law fragments, and even the comprehensions and enlightenments of ancient god kings. These laws slowly filled up the Azura laws. If the Azura laws were like a jigsaw puzzle, then this jigsaw puzzle came in 3 parts with a total of 33 images. In the past, the Azura Roadmaster cultivated 33 lives and perceived 33 heavenly Tao laws. 1 life, 1 Empyrean, 1 life, 1 divinity. With this, he brought the Azura laws into perfection. Lin Ming didn't have time to do what the Azura Roadmaster had done. But, just absorbing the heavenly tribulation laws was already amazing. Through the years of meditation, what Lin Ming did was to place these 33 jigsaw puzzle images into their rightful positions, making his Azura heavenly Tao even more perfect. That black light just now was not emitted when Lin Ming broke into the middle Empyrean realm. Rather, it was a world phenomenon that occurred when his Azura heavenly Tao stepped into a higher level. In fact, Lin Ming estimated that he had broken into the middle Empyrean realm around 1 or 2,000 years ago. When he broke into the middle Empyrean realm, there had indeed been world phenomena that accompanied his breakthrough. But these phenomena were limited to tragic Death Valley, as it was impossible for them to pass through tragic Death Valley's absolute spacetime enchantment. Tragic Death Valley's enchantment was personally arranged by the Azura Roadmaster. Only phenomena that evolved from the Azura laws could pass through this sealed space and arrive outside. And now, the reason these evil beings worshipped Lin Ming as if he was their god was likely because his Azura laws had evolved further. These evil beings were all produced from the Azura Road. They evolved here and were born here, and they naturally conformed to the Azura heavenly Tao. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Azura Roadmaster was their creator. And now, the current Lin Ming had the aura of the Azura Roadmaster, and he also controlled the power of the Azura laws. It wouldn't be too far off to say that Lin Ming was the new ruler of the Azura Road. This was the reason these evil beings were all awed, why they dug out from the earth and fell down from the skies to worship Lin Ming. Otherwise, even if an upper true divinity arrived, while these evil beings would fear them, they absolutely wouldn't run out to worship them. Now is the Great Desolate Calendar year 1768. One of the 2 middle-aged men said as he gulped, finding it hard to speak. Because of habit, he only spoke the last 4 digits of the calendar year here. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,